fall into different kind of mindset categories when it comes to AI. On one side, we have the deniers, the people in the denial phase. They believe that AI cannot do my job, or we don't have the time to look into this technology. This is dangerous to start with. A common saying is AI might not take your job, but someone who knows AI might. And this is true for both individuals and companies. On the other side of the scale, we have panic and despair. The belief that AI is going to take my job no matter what. AI is going to make my company go bankrupt. Neither of these mindsets are helpful for us. So I propose a middle ground, a balanced, positive mindset. AI is going to make me, my team, my company insanely productive. Personally, with this mindset, I feel like I've gained superpowers. I can go from an idea to result in a much shorter span of time than before. I can focus more on what I want to achieve and less on the grunt work of building things. And I'm learning a lot faster too at the same time. Having Gen AI with me is like having an awesome mentor with me 24/7 at all times. This mindset not only feels good, but it also equips me for the future, makes me less likely to lose my job or company, and more likely to thrive in the age of AI, despite all the certainty. So that's the mindset I would ask you guys to employ as well for yourself. Those engineers, whatever. So this question becomes more and more relevant as the AI capabilities improve. Well, some jobs will disappear for sure, but for most roles, I think we humans are still needed, or at least for the next few decades. Someone with domain knowledge still needs to ask the AI what to do next, how to formulate the prompt, what context needs to be provided, and how to evaluate the results and the outputs given by the AI model. AI models are not perfect. They can be absolutely brilliant at sometimes, but sometimes are terribly stupid and hallucinate. So when should you trust the AI response? When should you double check or do the work yourself? What about legal compliance and data security? What information can we send to an AI model? And where is the data stored? A human expert is needed to make these judgment calls and compensate for the weakness of the AI model. So I recommend thinking of AI as your colleague, a genius colleague, but also as an oddball with some personal quirks that you need to learn to work with. You need to recognize when your genius colleague is drunk and about to hallucinate. As a doctor, my AI colleague can help diagnose rare diseases that I didn't even know existed. As a lawyer, my AI colleague could do legal research and review contracts, allowing me to spend more time with my client. Or as a teacher, my AI colleague could grade tests, help generate course content, provide individual support to students, and so on and so forth. As a software developer, my AI colleague can write code for me, unit test it, and deploy it. So if you're not sure how it can help you, just ask, I work with as X, how can you help me? And it will come with a bunch of ideas that you can capitalize on and drill down and learn more on how to actually implement those ideas into your frameworks. Overall, in a nutshell, I find the combination of human plus AI is where the magic lies.
So now let's try and generate the code. And I'm starting in a new fresh tab because I don't want it to be directly linked to taste trends. I just want GPT to write code snippets for me based on the task I'm assigning, because I know it will do a better job this way. If I assign very small mini projects, it will do a much better job instead of saying that write me the entire code for taste trends. Just like we can't ask it to write an entire book in one go, we have to break it down and then type continue a couple of times. We'll have to do this with coding too. So I want you to write me a Python code using relevant libraries that can help me extract Google reviews data for a given restaurant and store it in Google Cloud Platform. Okay, to extract Google reviews data for a given restaurant, you'll first need to set up a Google Cloud Platform and enable Google Places API. Then you can use the Google Request Library to make API calls and the Google Cloud Storage Library to store the data in GCP. Here's a step-by-step guide. Set up a Google Cloud Platform project and enable Google Places API. Go here, create a new project or select an existing one. Enable the Google Places API for the object by going to API and services. Create an API credentials. Okay, done. Install the required libraries in Python. Use the following Python code to extract Google reviews data and store it in Google Cloud Storage. Okay. API key, GS bucket name, file path. So now it's just learning different ways. It's just outputting ways of how you will interact with the Google API and assign a specific restaurant to it and then go to a specific URL to extract the data out of it. So it assigns the Google API keys, then types in the restaurant name, you give it a URL, and then it goes in there and gets the responses of all the reviews, and then it stores it in a database. And finally, the output will type reviews data from XYZ restaurant has been stored in Google storage at this bucket name, this file path, and it's referring to the Google authentication getting started in your API key. Okay, so this sounds like a very basic minimal task. Now I'm going to use Open API's DaVinci model to conduct sentiment analysis on this data set. Write me a step-by-step guide on how it will be done with the relevant code. Okay. To perform sentiment analysis on extracted Google reviews data using OpenAI's DaVinci model, you need to follow these steps. DaVinci model is the one that ChatGPT is based on. So that's why I said DaVinci model here. Sign up for an Open API key if you want. If you haven't already, this is the one. Install the OpenAI Python library. Use the following Python code to download reviews data from Google Cloud Storage. Perform sentiment analysis using OpenAI and store the results back in cloud storage. Okay, now it's writing the code for us. So the code is ready. First it accesses the OpenAI API and the Google reviews database. Then it goes into each one and says analyze the sentiment of the following review, and then it copies that one review here. Is it positive, negative, or neutral? And then the DaVinci model gives an answer to it, stores the answer and adds it back to the database. I added a further prompt, can you explain me what the code does? And that's exactly what it says. Import the necessary libraries. Okay, these are the things we need to make this code run. Set up the required configuration. So these are the OpenAI API key, the Google Access bucket, and the input and file path location from the Google Cloud Platform. Initialize the API key, define a function called analyze sentiment. This takes the review as input and performs sentiment analysis using OpenAI's API. Okay, and this is where this is happening essentially, where it opens it here, engine. This is the prompt, max tokens, n is equal to 1. And in the text it says analyze the sentiment of the following review. Okay, and then download the reviews, create a storage client, and then it saves it here. It iterates through all the reviews for each and analyzes the text and then save the updated review data including sentiment analysis. So in this way, this is done. Okay, the last step is now I need to create a dashboard for my end user to be able to see this analysis. Help me understand, write me the code and also explain what language and libraries you are going to use and why. So now it wrote the code, which essentially it's saying that I'm using Dash framework, which is built on top of Flask, Plotly, and React. These are different languages, and it's going to use Dash core components and Dash HTML component libraries for creating the dashboard, and it will use pandas for data manipulation. So it will install the relevant libraries, and then it accesses Google, and then does a little bit more about the data structure and accessing Google and the connection with the JSON file, and then it creates an app layout on sentiment dropdown which has different values in it, and then define the app callback for updating the graph based on the selected sentiment. Okay, and here's the explanation. Import the necessary libraries, set the Google storage configuration, initialize the Dash app, and define its layout. Define a callback function, update underscore graph, that takes the selected sentiment as input and updates the graph accordingly, filters the reviews based on the selected sentiment, and constructs a scatter plot. Okay, x-axis represents the review index while y-axis represents the rating. The text and sentiment of each review are attached to the data points as tooltips. The marker size and colors are determined by the rating using the Verdis color scale. I have no idea what this is, something we can look into. Register the updated graph function as a callback with the app. The function will be triggered whenever the value of the sentiment dropdown changes. So essentially what it's doing is it's creating a graph where it gives you the option to choose a sentiment. So let's say you choose positive, and then it will show you a graph of which ones are positive compared to the rest, plus it will dive deeper down into the reviews which are negative or positive depending on your selection. This code creates an interactive dashboard where the end user can select a sentiment and view the corresponding reviews on a scatter plot. The user can hover over the data points to see the review text and sentiment. Okay, the graph updates automatically based on the user selection, providing a user-friendly way to visualize and explore sentiment analysis and results. So guys, this was a quick project on how you can create an end-to-end product by just leveraging the power of ChatGPT. I started with a very basic idea in my mind that I want to do something along the lines of AI, probably in the research field. And then from there on, ChatGPT gave me the idea, the company name, the branding, the code, all the marketing to financial to strategy plans, a budgeting of how much money I would need, a pitch deck of what sort of key points I should mention in front of my investors. It even acted as my HR guide and a legal guide, and then finally as a coder, where it almost wrote the entire code that I need to set up an MVP. I know this is very basic and it only covers very small parts of the code, and there is a lot more effort that needs to be taken to bring this to life. But as a starting point, this has proven to be a very tremendous help for entrepreneurs who have an idea in their mind and they want to brainstorm it and test it out. This is the most powerful tool out there for you right now as an entrepreneur to test your idea. If you ask it the right questions, it will guide you in the right way. And I really hope that you found this useful.
In order to use generative AI effectively, you need to get very, very good at prompt engineering, or prompt design as some people prefer to call it. This skill is needed both as a user and as a product developer, because in both cases you need to be able to craft effective prompts that produce useful results from an AI model. Here's an example. Let's say I want help planning a workshop. This prompt is unlikely to give useful results, because no matter how smart the AI is, if it doesn't know the context of my workshop, it can only give vague, high-level recommendations to me. The second prompt now is much better. Now I've provided it some context. This is normally done iteratively, and that's the recommendation I give to all my students. It's never a one prompt job. Write a prompt, look at the output, add a follow-up prompt to provide more information, or edit the original prompt and rinse and repeat until you get the result that you were looking for. Another different approach to go about it is that I ask it to interview me instead. So instead of me providing a bunch of context up front, I basically say something along the lines of, what do you need to know in order to help me out? And then it will propose a workshop agenda for me based on the questions that I've answered. After I often combine these two, I provide a bit of a context and then I tell it to ask me if it needs any more information. And this combination works very well. These are just some examples of prompt engineering techniques, and I can go on for days and days explaining different ways that you can integrate this into your work. So overall, the better you get at prompt engineering, the faster and better results you'll get from AI. There are plenty of courses, books, videos, articles to help you learn this, but the most important thing is to practice and learn by doing. And that's why my Gen AI and prompt engineering cohort is a very project-based work which helps you work on live practical projects related to your own fields so that you can learn by practicing. A nice side effect of learning by practicing is that you will become better at communicating in general as well, since prompt engineering is really all about clarity and effective communication with the large language model. I personally think that the next frontier for generative AI is autonomous agents with tools. These are AI-powered software entities that run on their own, rather than just sitting around waiting for you to prompt them all the time. A small glimpse of it we have seen in ChatGPT Code Interpreter, where you upload a file and ask it to do data analysis, and it iteratively goes through the process and does the analysis for you. Going back to our metaphorical example, so you go down to your basement, call the Einstein, and do what a good leader does. You give him a high-level mission and the tools needed to accomplish it, and then open the door and let him out to run on his own without any micromanagement. These tools could be things like access to the internet, access to money, ability to send and receive messages, order pizza, and so on and so forth. For this, prompt engineering becomes even more important, because your autonomous tool wielding agent can do a lot of good or a lot of harm depending on how well you craft the mission statement in your prompt. Alright, so let's wrap it up. Here are the key things I hope you will remember from this video. Generative AI is a super useful tool that can help you both, you and your team and your company, in a big, massive way. The better you understand it, the more likely it is to be an opportunity rather than a threat. Generative AI is way more powerful than you think. The biggest limitation is not the technology, but your imagination, like what can I do with it? And your prompt engineering skills, how do I do it? Prompt engineering or prompt design is a crucial skill. Like all new skills, just accept that you will kind of suck at it first, but you'll improve over time with deliberate practice. So my best tip is experiment, make this part of your day-to-day life, and the learning happens automatically. If you're interested in mastering prompt engineering, join my project based prompt engineering bootcamp and learn not only how to master generative AI, but also build practical projects related to your work and business needs. Join the revolution with 10,000 students who have already learned and mastered the use of AI through my courses and cohort. If you have any questions, shoot me a message and I'll try my best to get back to you. Happy prompting. If you like this video, please hit the like button and subscribe.
So let's start our journey by learning the basic functionalities of the ChatGPT tool. We're going to start off at chat.openai.com. If you don't want to type it out, the link is in the description below. Now, if you already have an account, you can just go ahead and log in. If you're brand new to ChatGPT, click on sign up and it's free and super fast. And once we're in, welcome to ChatGPT. Now, the interface. The actual look of the program is easy and intuitive to use. But with that said, we're going to go through everything so you feel comfortable from the very beginning on how to use this tool. The first thing we're going to do is move to the upper left corner and see that there are two different versions of ChatGPT. We have 3.5, which is the free version, and then we have 4, which is the premium version. Now let's start off with the free version. The free version will allow you to do pretty much anything in text format. You can generate massive amounts of content, get suggestions for your website, such as what colors to use, what to write on your landing pages, etc., etc. You can in an instant create emails that are personal for your newsletter. You can get suggested brand new recipes, learn how to write and design your job application letters, and pretty much learn anything that you're interested in learning. Basically, if it's in the text format, the free version of ChatGPT is capable of achieving that job. ChatGPT 4, however, is a significant upgrade. It's smarter, more accurate, and has a longer memory and more effective algorithms, which makes it much better at almost everything versus ChatGPT 3.5. Not only that, but ChatGPT 4 has access to internet, which means it's not limited to its trained information, but can give you current up-to-date information as well. It can also see images that you upload and answer questions that you may have about them. It can create brand new images from text alone, use plugins to create charts and transcribe YouTube videos, and have voice conversations with you to get direct voice-based translations to almost any language in the world. So with that said, I'm going to upgrade mine to ChatGPT 4 to gain access to all these latest functionalities. And if you want to do the same thing, all you need to do is click on the drop-down menu, click on GPT 4 and purchase it. Or you can go to the lower left corner, click on My Plan, and from there just upgrade to the latest version of ChatGPT. Now let's take a quick look at how the free and the premium version of ChatGPT are different and the basic functions of how to actually use this program. So the first thing we're going to do is move to the upper left corner and click on this little icon that says New Chat. That is going to create a brand new conversation with ChatGPT for us. Now you need to make sure that you select the correct version that you want to use. If you have upgraded to 4, you can go down and select ChatGPT 4. The first thing I'm going to do here is write an instruction to ChatGPT with the 3.5 version. And then I'm going to show you how the premium version of ChatGPT is going to answer the same instruction in a much better way. So let's start off with the free version. I'm going to go down here where it says message ChatGPT. Click there and then I'm going to give it my first instruction. Whenever we write any instruction or question for ChatGPT, we call it prompt. So I'm going to write my first prompt now. And I'm going to write a 500-word article on Nelson Mandela. We have our 500-word article on Nelson Mandela from ChatGPT 3.5 ready for us. I'm going to scroll down through this slowly. You can pause the lecture so that you can read through everything. If you have paused the lecture and read through everything, you'll have gotten some sort of sense of the language used and how it's formatting the text and how it's handling these instructions that I provided it. Now let's go ahead and contrast it with the premium version of ChatGPT, ChatGPT 4. I'm going to move to the upper left corner, create a new chat and change the version to ChatGPT 4, the premium version. I'm going to go down, click here, and I'm going to give it the same instruction I gave to the previous version. The output is here and I'm going to scroll through this slowly once again so that you can pause and read it. Now you're going to notice that it's smarter. It needs time to think a little bit longer, but the results are much better. You'll notice that the language that ChatGPT is using is a lot more human and a lot more in-depth. And we're going to talk a lot about how to improve these answers as we dive deeper into this tool and how to make answers more personal to you. But for now, understand that the premium version of ChatGPT has a higher critical reasoning ability. So it's able to answer the questions much better than version 3.5. Now, once you're in a conversation with ChatGPT, you're going to be stuck here with ChatGPT 4 in this specific conversation. And in this conversation, you're going to be stuck with ChatGPT 3.5. You're never able to change the versions in the same conversation. If I try to change this to 4, it will automatically open up a new chat. And in order to navigate between different conversations, I just need to click on them. Now, there's a lot of customizations you can do beyond just continuing having the conversation. If I like the result I got, but I want to change the result slightly, I can change the input prompt I provided, aka the instructions. By hovering my mouse over, you'll see the pin appearing right here, and I can click on it and then I can change my instruction. So let's say that I change it to 200 word instead of 500. Now I'm going to click on save and submit, and that is going to change ChatGPT's response. And we have a different result from ChatGPT this time, with a 200 word article instead. Previous instruction and the previous result in this case are not lost though. If you look down just below my name here, you'll see that there is a 2 out of 2. By clicking on the left arrow, I can access the previous instruction that I wrote and hence the previous response from ChatGPT. And then I can go forward again and get the latest instruction and the latest response. Now, if I don't like the response generated from ChatGPT, but I actually like the instruction, the prompt that I provided, and I just want a different response altogether from the same instruction set, what I can do is I can go down to where you see all these different commands and I can go to the farthest right and click on regenerate button. If I click on this one, it will apply this very same prompt once again, and ChatGPT will simply give me a new response to the same instructions. And here is the new response. Now, once again, the previous response is not lost. If I go down below the response of ChatGPT, you will see once again it says 2 out of 2. If I click on the left arrow, I can access the previous response to this prompt that I wrote. And then I can access once again the latest one if I want. So in this way, you can keep changing your instructions and keep regenerating the response from ChatGPT, but you'll still have the history of whatever ChatGPT and you have talked about historically. And while we're going to dive deeper into this later, know that when we move over to our instruction, the prompt, and change it, this is called iteration. We're iterating through our prompts to come up with a better input for the model. One more thing you will notice is that when you click regenerate, ChatGPT is going to ask you if this was a better or a worse response. It's not important that you answer, it's just that for training of the model so it can get better in the future based on your human response. Now there are a lot more functions that we can use in the chat itself. The first thing we can do here is we can copy the article if you really like it. By going down to different commands down here, this is the copy to clipboard. If I click here, everything is copied. I could go ahead and paste it whenever I want, wherever I want to paste it. Now, preferably in a Google document or something similar. If you're having a really good conversation and you want to share the entire conversation with someone because it has a lot of insights, you can move over to the upper right corner here and share this chat. You'll have two different options. You can share the chat anonymously or you can share it with your own name. So now if I share it anonymously and I click on copy link, open a new tab and paste it in, we can see the entire conversation we have had so far. And it's written by anonymous. So this is an amazing way whenever you're doing work and you're getting insights and you want to share it with other people, you can share it so easily within ChatGPT. As you continue to use ChatGPT, you will be having a lot of conversations. All of those conversations are going to end up in the sidebar here to the left. I strongly recommend that you do proper housekeeping from the beginning. That is, you give each conversation you have a proper name that shows what the topic is about. By always understanding what the topic is about, you can refer back to them later on, and you can also continue important conversations that you had previously. So for example here, if I want to give this conversation a name, I can click on the 3 dots, I click on rename, I'm going to call this testing ChatGPT 4, and then I'm going to go down, click on this one, and 3 dots, rename, and I'm going to change this to testing ChatGPT 3.5. So this is what these conversations were about. And we have just been trying out different versions of ChatGPT, so I named them accordingly. We're going to keep doing this so you can get an idea of the importance of naming your conversations correctly. So when should you be staying in the same conversation and when you should be creating a new one? The short answer is one topic per conversation. In other words, you should stay in the same conversation if you're talking about is a relevant topic where the context is relevant and the topic is the same. So if I were to do more tests specifically for ChatGPT 3.5, I would continue doing the test in that same conversation. On the other hand, if I was doing those same tests for ChatGPT 4, I will go to the ChatGPT 4 version conversation that I've specifically created for that task. However, if I wanted to have a conversation about Nelson Mandela, then I would create a new dedicated chat to talk about him. And in that chat, I will only specifically talk about Mandela. One topic per conversation. If you have a conversation with ChatGPT about the benefits of being vegetarian, and then you start asking for recipes in the same chat, ChatGPT is going to focus on vegetarian recipe. This is very important. ChatGPT remembers the context in each conversation that we have with him. So keep that in mind when trying to decide whether to start a new conversation or continue in the same one. As you're having conversations and you want a cleaner design so you can focus on them, you can just go ahead and move to the left and click here where it says close sidebar. That is going to close the entire sidebar so you can focus on the conversation alone. Now let's open up the sidebar once again and dive a little deeper. Let's go down and click on our name here at the bottom, and we're going to get multiple different options here. The first one is my plan. By clicking on my plan, you'll get to see your subscription if you have one. You can also manage your subscription. It's 20 USD per month for now. And if there is any billing issue, you can click here too. If you have an enterprise, that is a big company with a lot of people, you can go ahead and get ChatGPT Enterprise. This isn't going to be something that most of us are going to be using, so I'm going to skip this for now. The next thing we have available is called MyGPT. Now, MyGPTs in a nutshell are different personas and different programmed versions of ChatGPT itself. And this section takes you to the very same place as this explore section up here. We're going to dive much deeper into this later, so let's start with the basics and move through this one step at a time. The next thing we have is custom instructions. Now, custom instructions is also something that we will be going through later. Essentially, it allows you to give ChatGPT specific information that tells you who you are and how you like your responses to be. I always like to add here, be precise and to the point, because ChatGPT tool is very verbose for me. So it helps tailor all the responses ChatGPT gives you according to your needs and preferences. Then going down, we have settings and beta. The first thing is, in the general section is the theme, which means how you want your ChatGPT design to be. It can be light, it can be dark. Use what you like. We can also go down and click on clear all chats. If I click here, that is going to delete all the chats that I've ever had on the left. Now, this is why it's important to do good housekeeping from the beginning and name your conversations according to the topic, because otherwise you're going to have hundreds of conversations here and eventually you're going to need to just delete them all because they weren't labeled properly. Moving to the left, we have the beta features, and this is going to allow more functionality to ChatGPT. What we have here are plugins. Now we can activate them from now on here. A plugin is just an extension that gives more functionality to ChatGPT, and we will dive into it later. Essentially, with plugins, you're going to learn a ton of amazing things, such as how to create audios from text inputs alone.
So what exactly is ChatGPT? Basically, ChatGPT is a type of computer program known as a language model. It understands human language and can generate text just like a person would.
How to create videos from text inputs, how to translate. How to transcribe any YouTube video, and how to book trips using Expedia and order groceries online using Instacart. Moving down to controls, first we have chat history and training. In order for the conversation to actually work well and have one topic per conversation, we want ChatGPT to remember what we have been talking about so that it can take context into account and we can have more meaningful and in-depth conversation. So I strongly recommend that you keep this activated. It also means that OpenAI, that is ChatGPT's company that made it, is going to use your information to teach ChatGPT more tricks. In other words, learn even more information. If you're an enterprise user, this is something that you can opt out of. But for us, we need to be opt-in if you want to use ChatGPT the way we do. Next, let's talk about exporting all of our data to see what OpenAI, the ChatGPT's company, have on us. This isn't something to do for everyday use. And this is for very, very specific use cases, I believe. I have never done it. I don't think I ever will. And then finally, we come to delete our account. If you ever get tired of ChatGPT, you can delete it from here. Moving on to the left, we have builder profile. Now, this topic deserves its own lecture on the different GPTs. But in a nutshell, a builder profile allows you to create your own very specific versions of ChatGPT. And then you can link them to your website and publish it in GPT Store, so that other people can download your version of ChatGPT, and when they do, your website can be displayed just down there below in the GPT. I personally believe this is going to be a futuristic way of driving traffic and leads to your website. If that is something interesting to you, we will cover it in the course as well. Next, let's download the mobile app. I recommend that you pause this lecture right now, go into your app store and download the ChatGPT app to your phone and log into your account. While there's a lot of ChatGPT lookalike apps, the correct one is the official app created by OpenAI. Once you're logged in, ChatGPT will sync across all of your devices and you'll have access to all of your conversations anywhere, anytime. Pretty amazing feature to have. And finally, you'll be happy to know that ChatGPT is not just limited to text input. You can also click here to upload files like PDFs and images and have conversations about them. ChatGPT 4 also has advanced analytic functionalities. Integrated within it has access to approximately 2000 Python libraries. This is mainly if you work with big data. So for example, if you're an instructor like me and you have a file with all your students and you want ChatGPT to find patterns among your students, who completed the course, what percent of the course was watched by your students, where are my students from, which countries do they belong to, what are the most watched lectures. I can do that using data analysis feature within ChatGPT by just simply uploading a CSV. Or if you have an e-commerce data set in a CSV and you just need to clean up the data, remove duplicates, let's say, ChatGPT can do all of that stuff now too very easily with very simple prompts. It's a feature that can make entry-level data analyst jobs obsolete. Furthermore, DALL-E, the image generation model of OpenAI, is also integrated into ChatGPT paid version, which allows you to create very powerful AI images from essentially very basic text prompts. Now you know the basic functions of using the ChatGPT tool. Next, let's learn how to actually converse with ChatGPT by going through 6 different modes of conversations that I've come up with after revising my ChatGPT courses multiple times in the past 2 years. I call them the 6 modes of communication with AI. In this video, we will learn about the 6 modes of communication with the AI. The first one is the most basic and the most simple one. It's called Q&A, question and answering. The Q&A mode is very basic and very simple. You ask a question and you get an answer. The more specific your question, the more specific your answer will be. So let's get started. I'm going to go ahead and click in the upper left corner and create a new chat. Remember, one topic per conversation. I'm going to be using GPT-4 from now onwards. Since I'm a premium member and it will get the best answers for me, I'm going to go down and I'm going to write a very basic question here, such as, who was the President of the United States in 2018? And from this basic question, we get a basic answer. It's short and straight to the point, and it's exactly what I was looking for. Now, before we take a more specific example, I'm going to provide a good example here for the housekeeping. I'm going to move here to the left. I'm going to click here, rename it. I'm going to call it President of the United States of America. Now let's ask a more specific question and get a more specific answer out of ChatGPT. I'm once again creating a new conversation and then I'm going to write, when did the .com revolution happen and how does it influence today's economy? Not an easy question to answer. And here's the result. Notice there are 2 questions. One is quite direct and the other one is a bit abstract. And we got 2 answers within here, one for each one. So the first one is, when did the .com revolution happen? We get the answer here. And then how has it influenced today's economy? This is a much more abstract question, but we're still getting a very valid and solid answer. It's writing here, here's how it has influenced today's society. If you want to read this, pause this lecture and read through it and be impressed by the power of ChatGPT. So ask a question, get an answer. I'm going to move over to the left now and I'm going to name this chat .com revolution. The second mode is called the instructional mode. We're basically going to ask ChatGPT to perform a specific task for us. It's that simple. Ask it to do something and it will do it for you. I'm going to go to the upper left corner, start a new chat and then provide it a new instruction. Recall from our previous video that instruction is called a prompt, and I'm going to write a short poem about Christmas. Now ChatGPT is going to use its massive amount of data to create something completely unique for us, which is the incredible power GPT possesses. You can pause this lecture and read through this and be amazed by the poeticness of this AI tool. Now let's take this a little bit further and give it a more specific and difficult instruction. I'm going to start off by naming this conversation and I'm going to call it poems because this is possibly not the last time that I'm creating a poem with ChatGPT for me. Now in a new chat, I'm going to write a more difficult instruction. This time I'm going to say, give me the ingredient list along with the recipe to cook a steak. This is interesting because steak usually contains beef and there are of course millions of different ways of doing a steak. So let's see what does ChatGPT cook for us in this case. The results are here. I'm going to scroll here. You can pause this lecture if you want to read through it. Now let's say I want to take this even further. I want to adjust the specific recipe for 20 portions instead of one that ChatGPT has currently provided me. To achieve this, I have 2 different options. I could write it here just like this, or I can do an iteration. I can, instead of writing another form, go back to my original instructions, click here and then simply add those instructions in here, which is for 10 servings. Once again, recall this is called iteration. And I'm going to write here adjusted to 20 portions. And then I'm going to click save and submit. And here we have it, our steak recipe with ingredients adjusted for 20 portions now. Amazing. Once again, housekeeping item. I will rename the chat, call this recipes, and now I'm just going to keep all different recipes that I go through with ChatGPT in this specific chat moving forward. The third mode that we're going to talk about now is called role-playing mode. Role-playing means that you allow ChatGPT to take on the persona of someone else. It could be someone living, fictional, dead, doesn't matter, because ChatGPT has all this trained public data information and it can recognize the pattern. If we ask it to role-play a certain persona, this is going to be the closest we get to looking at that prompt from the perspective of that specific persona we have assigned ChatGPT to. It can understand how that persona thinks, how the person would respond, and make an almost perfect simulation of that person or thing that we're trying to refer to here. Let me show you through an example. I'm going to go ahead and create a new chat and write my prompt. I'm going to write role play as Shakespeare and write a poem about climate change. And let's see what do we get. The results are in. And once again, you can pause this lecture if you want to read through it and be amazed and probably have a laugh at the same time about the reply that we got from ChatGPT this time. What you will notice if you pause and read through it is that it uses words such as "thou art a creature of our own hand." This is the typical sort of Shakespearean old-time language that it is now role-playing and impersonating for us. We can take this even further as well. We have already asked ChatGPT to role-play Shakespeare and have a conversation with ChatGPT simulating its persona. Next, what I can do is I can prompt saying, "So Shakespeare, what were some of the techniques you used when writing some of your most favorite plays?" Sometimes I've noticed that if you don't include the name of the person or the thing that ChatGPT is role-playing, it might sometimes forget its context. So just as a reminder, when you're using the role-playing mode, write in the name of whatever it is that the ChatGPT is role-playing, just to give it a reminder to get into that character now. I sent away my prompt and here are the results now. And you can once again pause the lecture and read it through and be amazed by the power of ChatGPT. The response that we got from the bot is pretty accurate in terms of the techniques Shakespeare used when writing his famous plays, like character development, use of language, themes, the structure and plots, etc., etc. Since this is a new chat housekeeping item again, I'm going to move to the left and name this conversation RP Shakespeare, RP for roleplay. Now, if this was a conversation specifically about poems, then of course I would be putting that in the poem conversation that we had previously. But this is about having a conversation with Shakespeare specifically. So I've given it its own conversation. Let me give you one more example of using even more context for a more specific outcome. I'm going to create a new conversation, and this time I'm going to prompt it by saying role play as Barack Obama. I'm going to start writing my book, but I feel unmotivated. Give me an inspiring speech to motivate me and make me work hard. And let's see what do we get. Once again, we're getting an incredible response from Obama himself, motivating me to be a hard worker. Pause the lecture if you want to read through, and I highly recommend that you do. Specifically this time, because it's going to give you a good laugh. As usual, I'll move over to the left, rename the conversation, roleplay Obama. Remember, while role-playing could be a lot of fun, but it's not only for fun. It's amazing to have ChatGPT take on the persona of someone you want to learn from or about. So if you want to learn more about Einstein or theory of relativity or how to start a startup from Steve Jobs himself, have ChatGPT take on that persona and ask questions directly from that specific person. And this goes on, whether it's philosophy or science or any topic in the world. Have fun with this and explore it in depth. Remember to activate role-playing in the first prompt in your conversation. And keep reminding it now and then if your conversation with ChatGPT turns out to be more than 10-15 prompts. And role play whatever you want, whoever you want. The fourth method that we're going to discuss next is called discussion mode. Now, discussion mode allows you to take on any topic that you want and dive deeper together with ChatGPT into it to explore it in depth and learn new things that you don't know before. It's like taking ChatGPT for a walk and discussing an idea with him. This will allow you to approach subjects from new angles, take on new perspective, and learn things a lot faster as well. Let me show you how. So I've started a new conversation and I'm going to write the prompt, let's discuss the impact of climate change on the economy. All you need to do is write, let's discuss, and that is automatically going to activate the mode of discussing something back and forth with ChatGPT. Once I send this prompt, I get a very thorough response. And if you want to read it through, you can just pause the lecture. But remember, the foundation of any discussion is of course actually discussing something back and forth. So I have read the output already and based on the text, drafted a response to keep the discussion ongoing. I will say, what sort of new jobs will climate change create and why? Continue the discussion. Once again, you can pause the lecture and read through it if you want. Now, one of the things that ChatGPT is bringing up in its responses is the job displacement. So I'm going to continue the discussion about that topic specifically, but slightly change the direction in which the conversation is headed right now by giving it the following prompt. What sort of new jobs do you think climate change will create and why? Pause and read if you want. Discussion mode provides an incredible way of having a continuous ongoing discussion on any topic with ChatGPT. And we're getting some serious insights here as well from ChatGPT, as it talks about different types of jobs that will be created in brand new industries due to climate change, such as environmental changes, carbon taxes, and so on and so forth. So these discussions can be extremely thought-provoking. Now let's take another example of how you can use these discussions to learn something or do something completely new that you have never done before. But before we do that, housekeeping item, let's name this conversation climate change discussion and go on and move to a new topic in conversation. Now I'm going to start the discussion mode to learn a new skill or a language, and I'm going to write the prompt. I'm trying to learn Spanish. Have a very basic discussion with me in Spanish to help me improve my language skills. The discussion was essentially allows you to have any form of discussion. You can learn a language, you can learn about a specific subject, you can get ideas for certain topics, you could have conversations about a pay raise. Literally, the sky is the limit. So let's stick with the learning Spanish prompt for now, and I'm going to send it away, and here's our response. It's saying, of course, I would be happy to help improve your Spanish skills. Let's start with something simple. How are you today? And my Spanish is so basic that this is embarrassing, but I'm going to try and write ¿Cómo estás?, which I believe means how are you? I'm getting the translation. I'm glad to hear that. I'm doing well. Thank you. So basically, ChatGPT responding to my initial prompt. Which aspect of Spanish would you like to practice today? Grammar, vocabulary, pronunciation, or something else? I have no idea how to answer this in French, in Spanish. So I'm going to write, help me out with my reply. I'm not that good at Spanish yet, just to keep on the discussion going. And I'm getting some more guidance here from ChatGPT. And in this way, you can go on and keep learning the new language that you're interested in. One more tip that I can give you here is to combine two different modes together. For instance, have a discussion while role playing. So for example, you could say, you are Einstein, discuss and explain the theory of relativity to me. And if it comes back with scientific theories beyond our capacity to understand, because we don't have that deep knowledge of physics, what we can do is you can assign yourself a role as well during the discussion. Let's say by adding to the same prompt, I'm a high school student, discuss based on my mental caliber. And now if you paused and read through it, you will notice that ChatGPT significantly dumbed down the definition of the theory of relativity specifically for me. And I can further drill down on this and say, explain the theory of relativity to a 5-year-old. And it will further dumb it down and explain it in a very, very basic way. So this is how you can use discussion mode in multiple ways and also combine different modes together to make the most out of this ChatGPT tool. The fifth mode that we're going to discuss is what we call the simulation mode. Simulation mode allows you to create any scenario and practice it before it actually happens in the real world. This could be, for example, about a dispute with an angry customer, a sales interaction that you don't know how to handle, a pay raise discussion with your boss, literally any sort of situation that you want to explore, that you can think of, that you are stuck with. You can talk to ChatGPT about it and explore different ideas and solutions to it. So let's dive into this and go through a few examples. I'm going to create a new chat and I will give it a prompt saying, simulate an angry customer email about a late delivery. A very basic, simple prompt to start with. Very simple. Anytime you want to activate this mode, you just need to write simulate in the beginning of your first prompt, and it's going to prove to be a very powerful strategy that will allow you to start practicing on these difficult events and scenarios that you can't wrap your head around with, and make you a lot more prepared for those situations. So now when I send out this prompt of the angry customer email, this is what I got. Here's a simulation of an angry customer complaint. We actually have a sample, of course, a fictional customer complaint, but something that we can work with. Now, there are two ways to approach the simulated scenario. One is to write an actual reply and then have a back and forth with ChatGPT, and then you can start getting some feedback on how to improve. The second way is to right away ask ChatGPT on how do I best deal with this situation and see how would ChatGPT deal with the complaint that it created for us. So to do that, I will write this prompt, what is the best way to approach this claim? And we will start getting some feedback right away. As always, pause and read if you want. ChatGPT's feedback in this specific case is pretty accurate. It is asking us to listen to the customer, actively acknowledge customers' feelings, apologize sincerely, and provide a clear explanation. And trust me, it could literally be any situation that you want to simulate and learn how to deal with. And ChatGPT will do the job for you in most cases. Now let's take another example where we are participants, and I'll show you how to work with that sort of simulation. I'm going to move to the left and I'm going to name this Simulation Customer Complaint. Create a new conversation. And here's my new prompt. Simulate a car owner. I'm trying to negotiate a good deal on a car. We disagree on the price. He's harsh, but a fair negotiator who wants no less than $50,000 for the car, and I'm not willing to go above $40,000. So the first thing we're getting here is the simulated scenario with my preconceived answers already. So we have the car owner. We're getting a sort of a setup of the simulation of the car owner and what the person's position is. And then us as the buyer and our position. And here is the actual negotiation. You can again pause this lecture and read this through if you want. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell ChatGPT that I want to be an active participant in this negotiation. So I'm going to go down and I'm going to write, let me negotiate with you. You are the owner and I will be me, and answer for myself. And I'll send it away. And then ChatGPT writes, absolutely, let's begin the negotiation. As the car owner in this scenario, I'm seeking no less than $50,000 for my car. Please feel free to start a negotiation with your offer or any questions you might have about the car. Let the fun begin. I'm going to respond by saying, I have seen the car. The engine is making weird noises. Just getting the engine fixed will already set me back by $10,000. I cannot go above $30,000 for the car. And I send it away. The negotiation goes on and ChatGPT, as the car owner, says, I understand your concern about the engine. Getting it fixed can indeed be costly. However, this car's engine is not that bad from my checks and tests. And then it's trying to make its case along those lines. Pause the lecture and read through if you want. Now, of course, the more context that you're going to give to ChatGPT about the actual simulated response, the more in-depth the simulation will be. And this can be really thought-provoking at times and a very useful practice to have. Highly recommended. If I want to continue, I will just keep going on in this simulated discussion. Lastly, housekeeping item, renamed it to car negotiations. And this brings us to the sixth and the final mode, which I call the brainstorming mode. This is where you allow ChatGPT to generate tons of ideas on any given topic for you based on its vast knowledge base. This mode helps you completely unleash the creative potential of ChatGPT. This could really be used for anything, such as finding a new business idea, writing job applications, developing a character in your creative writing journey, helping a friend out who's in trouble in the real world. Basically, any situation where you don't know what to do and looking to explore options available at hand. Let me show you how. So I'm going to go into a new chat and then I'm going to prompt brainstorm startup ideas that can help us fight climate change and send it away. The results are in and it provides startup options from a variety of sectors to start, including renewable energy solutions, sustainable agriculture, reforestation projects, carbon tax, etc., etc. If you've ever been in the business world, you know how difficult it is to come up with genuinely good business ideas. This is just an insane shortcut. So if you have any business interest, I strongly recommend you to use this. But even for your job, if you're an employee, use this to improve the performance at your work. If you don't have a job, but you're trying to apply for a job, use this for your job application. Brainstorm ideas on how to make your job applications better, how to make your resume better, how to make your cover letter better. The applications are endless. Now let's take another example. I'm going to move over to the left and I'm going to rename it to startup ideas related to climate change and then start a new conversation. This time my prompt will be brainstorm ideas for Etsy digital product store. I'm looking to sell digital products within $5 to $20 price range that I can create using generative AI, text and art tools. And I need product where I can avoid severe competition. Now notice this is a much more specific prompt versus the previous one. I'm looking for something very specific. Digital products for an Etsy store within a specified price with less competition that I can create using ChatGPT and Midjourney. And even after providing such a specific constrained prompt, ChatGPT came back with astonishing, amazing suggestion. Once again, pause and read through if you want. Next, I'm going to show you one of the craziest functions ever, in my opinion, that you can use with ChatGPT. It's super simple, but one of the most beneficial ones according to me. Let's imagine that from the list of the options of the digital products that ChatGPT provided us, we don't like anything and we want to explore more options. All I have to do is just type, give me more. and it goes on generating more digital product examples for me that I might be interested in for my Etsy store. This is really one of the few cases in life where you can ask for more and just be given it. So super powerful prompt to use. Whenever you're getting something you really like and you're enjoying it and you just simply want more of it, you can just tell ChatGPT to give you more and it will. Now, once again, you can pause the lecture and read through these replies that I'm getting from ChatGPT. And if you do that, you'll notice that the products are so niche now. They're so unique, it is incredible. Please keep in mind, it's not all about business and job. Let me show you how to use the brainstorming mode for an actual real life situation that you might find really useful and also really specific. But before we go there, let's do the housekeeping first. We're going to rename this to Etsy products, move on to the next prompt in a new conversation. And now I'm going to create a new scenario where I need some brainstorming for a real life situation. So I'm going to give it a prompt. I'm having 10 friends over tonight and I'm cooking for them. 2 of them are vegan and 1 has gluten intolerant. Tough crowd to please. Please suggest me dishes that can cater to the needs of all my friends by brainstorming ideas for both dinner and the dessert. The results are in. So we have our different options for dinner specifically catering to the dietary requirements I listed in my prompt. And then we also have a couple of options for dessert, which also adhere to the same constraints of vegan dishes that I referred to in my instructions. Now I'm going to write a follow prompt here where I'm going to ask for the tutorial so that I can actually create these meals that it has told me about. So I'm going to write, I want the spaghetti with vegetables for dinner and I want the chocolate mousse for dessert. Give me the full ingredients list for shopping and then complete tutorials on how to make them. Remember that I'm cooking for 10 people. And here's my answer. If you want to check it out more in depth, as always, just pause the lecture. We have the ingredients list for both the pasta and the mousse now for 10 people. That means that we now exactly know what to shop for and which stores we would need to go to. And if we scroll down further, we have tutorials for cooking, both pasta and the mousse as well. Everything we have asked for, we have gotten it now. And now ChatGPT has enabled us to have this evening with these difficult combination of gifts and make it successful within the dietary restrictions of all my friends very successfully. Moving on over to the left, I want to rename this, but actually I like the default name ChatGPT assigned to this chat. So let's keep it that way. So far, as part of bookkeeping, we have been renaming and saving our chats. But one more option is to go to the left here and just click on delete chat, because you might come across scenarios when you have finished the conversation and you're probably never going to use that conversation again. So it's always about good housekeeping. OpenAI might archive and delete the chat for you in a couple of weeks. Might as well delete it yourself if you're not going to use it further. Now you have been through the 6 modes of communication with AI. And if you look to our left here, look at all these amazing conversations we have already had in this short amount of time. There is so much data to be gathered. There are so many problems to be easily solved using ChatGPT. Truly, the sky is the limit. Using this in our everyday life at work, for your business, if you have it, and for fun, there is so much to be gained. Now, before we move on and learn more, and I promise you there is a ton more left to learn, I just want to mention that ChatGPT is being developed constantly. The ChatGPT UI has been changed at least 5 times since its inception already. So if you want to stay up to date, subscribe to my YouTube channel, as I run an AI tutorial channel specifically for this reason. One more thing I want to highlight here is that I did not use the Bing feature to search internet while going through the modes of communication with AI. But you can use that if you have access to the premium version of ChatGPT while working with different modes. For instance, I could tweak my last prompt to say, find me the best recipe for vegan mousse online. And now it will use the internet as well to fetch the best response for me and not just rely on its pre-trained data. So just by using ChatGPT 4, you will automatically have ChatGPT surfing the web when it needs to for you. Everything is just getting easier and easier with AI. There is a lot to learn, such as how to create images, how to have conversation about images, how to learn about different GPTs and AI agents, data and analysis, voice conversations, creating digital products with ChatGPT and other AI tools. It's all coming up next. I think you'll love it. See you in the next video. In this video, let's talk about building a robust, holistic prompt structure that can help with our ChatGPT needs. One prompt structure that can help us produce all different types of content and tasks that we want ChatGPT to accomplish for us, so that you will not need another one. Now, after creating 5 to 6 courses related to generative AI and teaching more than thousands of students, what I've realized is that these are the 6 main components that go into the prompt structure, which are task, context, example, persona, format, and tone. Keep in mind, these are not compulsory to have in each and every prompt. Some of these can be good to have, and that's why the hierarchy matters here. So task and context are mandatory, and I would highly recommend you to keep them in your prompt each and every time. Whereas persona, format, and tone can be considered optional elements, and it's good to have but not necessary. I'm going to start with a very basic prompt which has context, I am fat, and give me a gym plan. And GPT will be smart enough to give me an answer based on the context here, which is I am fat, and give me a gym plan, which is my task here. Now, if I run the same prompt, but this time I'm only going to say I am fat, which is just the context, GPT will not be able to figure out what I'm exactly looking for in this case. But on the other hand, if I say give me a gym plan, that would work because I have provided a specific task for GPT form. This is the reason why task is higher up in the order than all the rest, because without task your prompt can't work, but without context maybe it can. Lastly, I would like to mention, don't overfit. If something doesn't fit, if the element doesn't apply in your specific prompt scenario, don't use it in that example and move on. Now let's go through each one of them one by one and understand them in more detail. Now the task usually refers to the action verb that you use in your prompt. Write, create, analyze, discuss, brainstorm, so on and so on. Now, the task could be a very simple task such as write me a 100-word blog on World War II, or it could be a multi-step task such as find me the best 10 seller books on World War II, summarize the key points for each one, create a report for me on World War II, so essentially providing 3 different tasks in one. Next, let's talk about context. Now, the problem with context is that essentially there could be an infinite amount of content related to that topic that could be provided as content. So your job as a prompt engineer is not to provide all the information, but only the relevant information. So it's more about crunching down and summarizing the most relevant information and putting that into your input prompt. And the way I would suggest you do it is to think about 3 questions in every scenario. And I will show you this by an example. So let's go back to our previous example. And our starting prompt was, I am a 70 kg male. Give me a 3-month training program. Here, 3-month training program is my task, whereas 70 kg male was the basic context I provided. Now I'm going to provide it 3 more variables. One is the background relevant in this situation, the outcome or how the success looks like, and third, the environment or the audience that I'm in right now. Now, the user background in this case will now be, I'm a 70 kg male looking to put on 5 kilograms of muscle mass over the next 3 months. I only have time to go to the gym twice a week and 1 hour each person. My 70 kg becomes further user background. My success is 5 kgs of muscle mass, and the environment is that I want to go to the gym twice a week, 1 hour sessions each. And now when I run this prompt, I get a much more precise and customized, personalized answer based on my specific requirements. Pause and read if you're interested. And now our 100-day plan is ready. The next prompting technique that I want to talk about now is examples. Now, from all the research that has been done on large language models, it's a very simple conclusion that every researcher reaches. The more examples you provide of the output you want, the better job LLM will do in creating that output for you. It's just like working with humans. If you train a human on what kind of output you want, the human will get better and better over time in providing you that sort of an output. So that's the exact same idea with examples. The more examples you provide, the more ChatGPT learns to answer the question in that specific way. So now I'm going to teach ChatGPT to write the resume bullets by providing an example of a template here. So what I'm doing is I have a few resume bullets from my resume, and I told ChatGPT use this template to update the resume bullet points below. Accomplished X by doing Y, that results in Z. Now, if I want, I can switch it to a different template that I want, for instance, the star template. And now GPT will convert these bullet points based on the template that I provided, based on the example that I provided. GPT came back and updated the bullets exactly the way I expected it. Next, I can also give an example of a context of a reference document to use when writing an answer. So in this case, I uploaded a sample resume and I said, based on my resume, write me an answer for the interview question. What is my biggest weakness? Use the STAR framework, situation, task, action, and result instead of a long form interview answer. I just added it to get my answer concise so that I don't have to read a lot of it. So now GPT is trying to give me 2 different answers. You'll come across with this now and then, where OpenAI is trying to give you 2 answers and get your output on which one is better so that they can train the model for future use case. Now, based on my experience, ChatGPT will go on and write the situation, task, action, and result and provide me with the information that I need in this case. Now, another way to use example is to provide a sample example and ask ChatGPT to write in exactly the same. Here, I'm saying write me a job description for the same role in my company using the example provided. And I provided the name of my company, which is Mr. ChatGPT.ca. if you want to visit and look at the videos and the resources that I've published there outside the courses. And here's the LinkedIn post about a job description job that I was looking at. So if I provide this link, cut start again. So now this time GPT will create a job description which will be very similar to the job role here. And this one contained a lot of HRE words. So that's what I expect here GPT to do as well. The fourth element in the prompt structure on our list is persona. And persona essentially means who do you want the AI to be in that specific scenario to be able to help out you the most. And I can think of three ways that you can answer this. You can ask it to be an expert, you can ask it to be a celebrity, or you can ask it to be something completely fixed. If you're injured, you want it to act like an experienced doctor and give you advice upon it. If you're working on a data analysis project, you want someone with a lot of data analysis experience so it can guide you and train you in the right direction. If you're working on your resume, you want it to be a hiring manager who can provide you feedback and update your resume and cover later in your interview strategy. So depending on the job at hand, you can call in ChatGPT to be an expert on that thing and do the job that way. The next thing you can ask ChatGPT to be is emulate the role of a specific celebrity. Now, this works in specific situations only for me. For instance, if I want product market fit analysis, I can ask ChatGPT to be Steve Jobs. Similarly, if I want help from Warren Buffett, I'm going to ask questions about fundamental investment analysis. I won't ask him about how to fix my tap, right? So based on the topic at hand, you can call in the relevant celebrity to give you mentorship and advice in that scenario. And GPT does this really, really well. You should try it out definitely. Lastly, if you want advice on a YouTube content, you can ask it to be Ali Abdal. Now, the third way you can think of using ChatGPT is to be something completely fictional. Like you can ask it to be Jesus or God and give you advice accordingly. Or in this example, I'm going to ask it to be Alfred to my Batman and write an email to James Gordon asking for update on the crime rates in Gotham City. Something completely functional, but GPT will be able to emulate that scenario and write me an email similar to the style of Alfred from Batman. Alfred Pennyworth, personal assistant to Bruce Wayne. Now, there are three things to note about formats. First of all, there is a lot of variety of different formats that are available. All you need to do is close your eyes and think, what is the ideal format that you want to see your output? If the answer is bullet points, ask ChatGPT to give you that. If the answer is paragraph format, ask it to do that. Checklist, email, cover letter, resume, whatever the format be, specified in the prompt and it will do the job for you. The second thing to note is that you can use format in key subtle ways. For instance, here I have a report from Bain & Company which talks about the emerging technology of generative AI. First, I provided it context saying, I just received this lengthy report on AI from one of my students. First, give me the three key takeaways and then summarize the main points under each one. So this is my multitask in this one and write a report for me. This is again my task, but here this is where I talk about format using H2 as section headers. And now when ChatGPT delivers the report for me, it will make sure that all the headings are in H2 template. And as expected, GPT does a great job of finding out three major key points from the report and summarizing them for me using the H2 as headline. Another smart way of using format is to ask GPT to make the changes that you're doing bold, italics, or underline so that it's easy to follow through. So just to give you an example, I'm going to say here, make this first person. Bold changes you. So now as it's going to start talking in the first person as I and me and us, it will continue to bold the changes it's making. So here you can see it made it, I have noticed bold is categorized by bold because these are the changes it's making. So making it very difficult for me to follow through by updating the format in a specific way. Now, last but not the least, let's talk about tone. Now, tone could be happy, excited, motivated, angry, and there are numerous combinations. And based on the tone that you provide ChatGPT, the writing will be highly impacted by it. Now, in a professional setting or when you're working, you might come up with scenarios where you don't know exactly what sort of tone are you going to go with. So a good way to think about this is to think about the feeling that you want to convey with your writing. And you can ask ChatGPT as well to help you out. For instance, I can say, I'm going to write an email to a group of professionals. I have started working with them recently and I want to be taken seriously by. So this is how I'm defining my thinking here. I'm saying I want to be taken very seriously. Give me 5 keywords that I include in my input prompt to ChatGPT for the tone to follow while writing. We'll cover similar techniques later in the course when we talk about reverse engineering a prompt, but that's what we're trying to do here. We're saying there is a specific type of feeling that I want to do. Reverse engineer the right keywords for the prompt for me. And now what I expect GPT to do is to come back with a list of keywords that will fit the description of very seriously. Formal, respectful, concise, automative, authoritative, and thoughtful. Now, if I don't like this, I can always ask for more, or whatever I like, I can pick them up and use them when I'm building my prompt structure to emulate that specific tone of voice in my writing. Now that we have gone through all 6 elements of a prompt structure, let's bring it all in by creating one massive good prompt that contains everything that we have studied so far in this lecture. So my prompt is going to be something like this. I start with a persona element. I say, you are a senior marketing manager at Bank of Montreal. That's where I work, by the way. Context example. You have just unveiled the latest credit card in collaboration with Apple. It's called Apple Credit Card and received 1,000 pre-orders, which is 200% higher than the target. I provided the relevant context and example to ChatGPT, specific points relating to audience, achievement, and the environment. Next is my output, the email. So I defined the type of the output I want. Should include a project background, business results section, and end with a section thanking the products and engineering team. So this is also kind of an output plus an example template plus the context. So a couple of things merging together here. Next, I talk about tone. Use clear language, be concise, write an exciting and energetic friendly tone. And lastly, the task, which is essentially to write an email to my boss sharing. Now, if I let this prompt go, I will get very clear, concise, written email based on the information that I've provided. So let's take a pause and read through the email and understand what it's saying. GPT comes back with the email that I expected from it. It has 3 sections, providing the project background, business results, and the acknowledgements, as I mentioned in the prompt. But if you pause and read it, you would have realized that this is still very generic AI content. I can further improve this by providing more examples. And that's what I want to talk about next. So same prompt. So persona is the same. The context is the same. We're still talking about the credit card with 1,000 pre-orders and 200% higher than target achieved. The task is still the same. Writing email to my boss, sharing the news. But now in example, we're going to be further down and we will say emulate the writing style of the example provided below. And here is the writing style that I copied from an email of Ali Abdal, who's one of the famous YouTubers who talks in a very informal tone about very complex business topics. So I copied his writing style, and now what I expect is, now if I give this prompt to GPT, what I expect is that my answer will have an informal tone to it, although it will adhere to all the other elements of the prompt structure. Specifically, when it comes to the tone, it's going to be very informal tone, just like humans will write it, because now I'm giving it a human example and making it write in that specific scenario. Just to give you an example, I really have to shout out to the product and engineering teams for pulling off something this spectacular. The dedication, creativity, and hard work have truly paid off, crafting a product that's not just a credit card, but a leap in the future of the financial service. Let's keep the momentum going and continue to aim for stars. Thanks a ton for your leadership and support in making this dream a reality. So now it doesn't sound like AI generic content. We have been able to emulate the writing style of Ali Abdal by providing his email as an example, while adhering to the prompt structure and making sure all our elements are there. So very powerful writing technique that can definitely help you out in coming up with high quality writing output. In this video, I want to talk about the power of ChatGPT as a helper in terms of writing programs and code. Now, this lecture applies to you whether you are a coder or you're completely new. If you know coding well, then this is your chance to increase your productivity by 10. Coding job that used to take you 10 hours to do because you had to go to Google and Stack Overflow and here and there to get the right type of code, copy, paste it, edit it, and run it. Now you can save lots and lots of hours by telling ChatGPT to write the code for you. All you need to do is learn how to prompt it right so that it gives you the code that exactly the code that you are looking for. On the other hand, if you're completely new to coding and you have never done it before, this is your chance to learn, because now thanks to these LLM models, you don't really need to understand how the underlying syntax of these coding languages work. All you need to do is understand the logic behind the code and how you can break it down into steps and get the code written from ChatGPT. And even in that process, ChatGPT can tremendously help you out by teaching you at each step what needs to be done next. And if you run into errors, you can paste those errors into ChatGPT too, and it will help you understand what the error was. With that in mind, in this lecture, we're going to cover and build 3 different prompts. First, we'll create a hangman game, which is essentially a guess the next word game, where you get a limited number of attempts to guess what the word is, and you can guess the alphabets which are included in the word. Next, we'll create a word count app. If you recall from the previous lectures, we asked ChatGPT 3.5 to give us the word count and it failed to do it. This time we're going to ask GPT to give us the code so that we can run it in Google Colab and create our app. for us outside of Chat. And lastly, we're going to learn how we can leverage ChatGPT to create HTML and CSS pages for our landing page websites and how do we tweak them in it. So to start with the first project, let's start with the Hangman. I gave ChatGPT a very simple prompt saying, explain the Hangman game. Explain step by step to a non-coder the logic of writing the code for Hangman. And it comes back with a list of steps. First it says, set up the game. Then it says, start guessing, update the game state. What does this mean? So if I guessed right, then it needs to update one of the letters in the game. If I guessed wrong, then it needs to be counted as one of the failed attempts. And I get a limited number of attempts before I. Plus, it suggests additional features like the difficulty of the game if you want to choose. Should it directly move to the next game and give us a new word once the game is over, and so on and so forth. Next, what I did was I asked it, write the code for me to be able to play the game using Google Colab. Now, if you don't know Google Colab, don't worry, just go to your Chrome browser and type Colab. The first link that will open up will be from the Google official website, and essentially all Google Colab is a online Python environment provided to you by Google. So you don't have to download and spend hours creating your own Python environment. If you're new, this is the best place to start. Open a new notebook, copy paste the code and start running it right. So I will not even go into the detail here to learn the game and understand the code in terms of what it has done here. All I need to do is copy the code, paste it here, and I run it. And now it's asking me to make a guess. Let's go with A and E because you always touch the vowels first. U, O, go with S, A, L, and I lost the game. The word was mystery this time. So very basic example of how to create a Hangman game within Google Colab using ChatGPT for the programming. Next, let's try build the word count app. This time, I gave my prompt as create a word count app with a button for me inside Google Colab. Remember, I always mention inside Google Colab because I want ChatGPT to give me the code accordingly so that I can run it within the Google Colab environment. This time again, once again, it gives me a bunch of code, actually in 2 snippets this time. All I need to do is copy paste the code. Side note, if you want to understand how the code is written, you can always go back and ask it on ChatGPT that I'm new to coding and I'm trying to understand. Can you help me understand what you wrote? And you can actually copy bits and pieces of it. Paste this part here and ask it, can you explain me this part specifically? And it will do the job of doing that for you. So for now, I will copy the 2 snippets and I will paste them in a new workbook. And now if I run the code, it's making an error because I made a mistake here. Now it's asking me to type in some words. So I will say this is saw. If I click on count of words, my answer should be 3. And that's the answer I get. So my word count app. Very simple, basic, powerful technique of learning how to code and coding out your own projects using Coder. Next, let's talk about HTML and CSS files. So here I specifically said new job because I did not want ChatGPT to think that we're working on the same word count app. I wanted it to know that we're starting with a new project. Now I said, let's create an HTML page for landing page. So I'm creating a website page, a landing page for my website in HTML format, so .html file. And I said, I want 3 sections. I want a header, I want text, and I want a bullet. And I want you to fill in the text or related to prompting guide. So GPT goes and creates the HTML structure for me. I can copy paste this from here and I can paste it in a text file and change the file format to .html, which will do the job for me. But I'm lazy, so I asked it, I need a downloadable link. And GPT does exactly that for me and gave me a link to work with. Now, if I open this link, this is exactly what I see. And that's what I asked for: a header, and then 3 sections. One is a bullet list about prompting guide and one is a basic list. So it's working the way I expect. Next, I asked it to update the CSS for me. What is CSS? CSS is the element of a website that controls the design and the format and the colors and all those sort of. So I said, add a CSS element to it. I want Poppin font, which is a specific type of font, and red color. So my font should be in red color now. Now if I go and see the new version, this is exactly what I wanted. The font is Poppin and the color has been updated to red. The last thing that I want to talk about here is that when you try coding yourself, you will run into situations where you will make mistakes. So if that is the case with you, you can always use ChatGPT to correct your code for you. Let me show this to you with an example. Let's say I added these 3 words intentionally here to make sure that my code. Now what I can do is I can copy the code and the error it gave into ChatGPT. So here I copied the code and then I copied the error. Without providing any other instruction, GPT was able to understand that the problem exists at this word, widgets 1, 2, 3, and that's exactly what I messed up here. And it tells me an alternate code that can help me do the job. This is extremely powerful, guys. GPT is the expert coding mentor that you always wanted. Even the 3.5, the complexity of code that it can do for you is immense, and it's one of the greatest abilities of ChatGPT. So do try it out, and if you have any issues, shoot me a message. I'll try my best to help you out. In this lecture, I want to talk about specific prompting techniques that might come in handy in different specific situations that you might end up in. And these prompting techniques that we will cover in this lecture are 0, 1, and few shot prompting, chain of thought prompting, reverse engineering a prompt, sequential prompting, and signal prompting. Now, without any further breaks, let's dive into the first one, which is 0 to few shots. Now, zero-shot prompting allows the model to generalize without any label data, whereas while few-shot leverages several examples to adapt the model quickly to the kind of the output that we're looking for. So essentially what it means is that in zero-shot, we're going to ask a question without providing any reference examples. In one shot, we will provide exactly one example. And in few shots, we'll provide more than one example. It could be 2 or it could be 1,000 examples. And the idea is that more examples of expected output we provide to the model, the more customized and personalized answer we will get in that specific direction that we send the model to in our output example. Now let's understand this through an example. I'm going to start by asking a very simple question, create a headline for this article, and then I provided the article. The article talks about Australia's COVID-19 lockdown, which was countrywide. GPT comes back and gives me a headline saying Australia extends nationwide lockdown amid Delta variant surge, cases rise to 107. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to provide a sample example first with a sample output and then ask the same question. So here, first I provide an example of article input. This article specifically talks about large fire that has devastated hundreds of homes in California. Then it gives us the expected output of this headline, which will be wildfires in California due to powerful winds, sparse conditions destroys the ecosystem. And then I said, okay, now create headline for this article, and I provided the same article that we gave in the first prompt about Australia COVID-19 countrywide lockdown. This time ChatGPT came back with a slightly different tweak to the same headline. It says Australia extends lockdown as Delta variant cases climb to 107. Over here, it was the same thing except the word nationwide, amid. So a slightly different tweak to the same title. Now GPT comes back with the title of the headline once again, and based on the example that I provided, it's slightly different. It doesn't use the word nationwide or amid, and the cases rises is changed to cases climb based on the example headline that we have provided this time. Now in our third shot, which is the few shot, this time what I'll do is I'll provide more than one example. So first example is the first example here is the same, a large wildfire in California. I changed the headline specifically to a very short one and I ended it with an emoji, wildfires in California. Next, one talks about a Brazilian researcher that found a herbivorous dinosaur which is 98 million years old and it's one of the biggest ones. And here again, I provided a very short headline, ended with an emoji just like in the first case. And then I post ChatGPT the same question. Create a headline for this article, which is the same Australian article about COVID-19. So if I copy this example now and I paste this into GPT, now in the output, you will see that GPT was able to understand the kind of the information I was looking in the output based on my example outputs. It used the Australian flag as an emoji here because there was an emoji in the previous cases. And because these were considerably very shrunk, comprehensive headlines, it tried doing the same thing versus the original headlines. And from the previous examples, Australia's lockdown extended to fight Delta outbreak. So in this way, by providing a few examples, I was able to tweak the output in the direction that I wanted the model to go into. So one of the questions that I regularly get from my students is when to use zero-shot prompting and when to use few-shot prompting. And the way I would suggest you think about it is that you start every task with a zero-shot prompt, and if you think that the output is not aligned with what you're looking for, then you can move on to a few short examples and get the output aligned. If you specifically look at it, few short examples could be critical when you want to improve the accuracy and the quality of the output, where the task is very complex and LLM is struggling to understand. So providing examples might help in that case. When you have a very specific idea, so providing that example idea is great because then the model knows that, okay, this is what I'm supposed to do now. And when you want to reduce the uncertainty and generate consistent results. For example, in our last example, if I want the emoji to be there in the headline every time, I can either write it down, always make sure there is an emoji in the end, or I can provide a few example emojis by giving it a few example headlines. So in this way, I can be certain that because I trained it on emoji examples, emoji will always be there. So if you need consistency and want to avoid uncertainty in your answers, then examples would be the best suited there too. Prompting technique too that I want to talk about next is called chain of thought prompting. And here the idea is that when the model is struggling getting the right answer, try decomposing the task into smaller steps so that if it cannot understand the big project well enough to execute it in one go, it might be able to do it if you break it down into smaller steps and ask it to complete one step at one time. Now let's look at it through an example. I am specifically going to use ChatGPT 3.5 in this case because I want ChatGPT to fail and show you how chain of thought prompting can really help in specific scenarios. And this is the prompt that I'm giving ChatGPT in this case. How many words does this text contain? And it's the same Australia COVID article that we're getting the headline for. Now GPT will go do its job and give me a number, and it comes back saying 74. Now, just because I checked it online using a different tool and the answer should actually be 75 words. This is an example of hallucination. GPT is very confidently giving you the wrong answer here. So beware of this first of all. And now let's look at how chain of thought prompting can help us solve this problem. All I'm going to do is I'm going to ask ChatGPT to do the same job again, but this time do it step by step. So this time what it does is it starts listing down each word separately in a separate line. So it starts with Australia has prolonged its countrywide lockdown. And it goes on and on till the end of the list. And then it counts the number of words that it has, which ends in 75. And now it comes up with the right answer of 75, which is exactly what we were looking for. So just by telling ChatGPT to perform a task step by step, we were able to tweak the output and get the right answer because now it had the ability to think as a chain of thought which led to the right answer. Now, just out of curiosity, the reason I didn't ask ChatGPT 4 to do the same job is because GPT-4 will not make a mistake. Instead of using its own LLM available capability to count the words, it's actually writing a piece of code using the advanced analytics feature, which you have available here. If you see closely analysis and essentially writes this word count through a function of text.split and gets you the answer of 75. So that's why I specifically used 3.5 in that case, because I wanted to show that LLM by itself might not be able to do that job without the help of the Python code. Now, let's go through another example of chain of prompting and let's talk about creating a product. So let's say we want to create a digital product, for instance, a keto diet informational guidebook. Now, I can just say, write me a book on keto diet, but this would not give me a very comprehensive, good, high quality output. What I'll get is a very generalized, vague book on the topic. GPT-4 was smart enough, though, to understand that first we'll need the table. Now let's understand this concept of chain of thought prompting through a practical example. Let's say we want to write a book, a small informational guidebook on a topic like keto diet. Now, if I go to ChatGPT and I give it a prompt like, write me a book on keto diet, what it would do is, it would write a list of contents, table of contents, and then based on that, I can tell it to expand on any specific topic or chapter that I want. For instance, I can say, expand on chapter 1, and it can go on and write me the content for chapter 1. So a big problem broken down into table of contents and outline, and then broken down into a chapter, and then you can write the chapter. Now, a much powerful way of doing this would be to use specific, authentic, credible sources from the internet on keto diet, merge them up, get their summaries, and then create our table of contents from there. So the more time you spend on research and extracting the right data, there is a higher chance that you'll end up with a higher quality output, and you will not end up with vague and generalized statements in your book. So one way of doing that would be that I can just go to ChatGPT 4 and say, give me bestseller books on keto diet. And I can ask GPT next to provide the summary for each one, their table of contents, and that would provide a decent benchmark for me before I start writing. The next prompting technique that we're going to discover is reverse engineering a prompt. And this has specifically been very useful for me when I've been trying to write with ChatGPT. Teaching GPT my own personal writing style has been a nightmare for me. So reverse engineering prompting has been a powerful technique for me to get that done to a significant level of efficiency. And here's how I did it. So my prompt in this case is, act as a reverse prompt engineer. I have given you an output below. I want you to learn the style of writing, the length of the text, the grammar, and the feelings I used. Later on, I'll give you a similar new topic and you'll have to write the text for that topic as well in a similar style. And then if I scroll down, you'll see the text that I provided is about how generative AI is changing and revolutionizing the world. A very small, brief passage that I had written. If you want to read more, you can pause and read in the video. So it comes back saying, I understood the text. You can give me the next topic to work on. And it's ready to give us a similar response on a new topic. The next topic is generative AI. Now we got our second output. Now if you pause and read through, you will realize that the new passage that ChatGPT wrote on generative AI follows the same style and tone that I provided in the example above. So it was able to capture my style to a certain extent. Now if you're specifically interested in writing with AI, then my video on writing with ChatGPT using prompt engineering will be very powerful for you, because there I talk about a specific workflow that I've created to create high quality content from ChatGPT for my copywriting needs. For now, let's move on to the next prompting technique, which will be sequential prompting. Now, sequential prompting is very similar to chain of thought prompting with a few added layers on top. Essentially, I can start with a very basic simple prompt. For instance, I can say, give me a YouTube posting calendar for a 4-week period. Now let's talk about the next prompting technique, sequential prompting. And here the idea is very similar to chain of thought prompting, but what we are doing extra here is we have added a few layers on top. What we're going to do is we're not only going to ask ChatGPT to provide a step-by-step plan or to provide the instructions step-by-step, but we will also ask it to make it a sequence. After each step, GPT is going to ask me if I'm okay with the output, and based on my confirmation, then it can move on to the next step. So it's like a sequence of events. Event B cannot happen unless event A has already occurred. So a very basic example would be creating a content calendar. So if you see here, I've said, give me a YouTube posting calendar for a 4-week period. Break the task into smaller steps, just like I would do with chain of thought prompting. But I've also said, confirm from me if the steps are okay. So I need a validation first of the steps that it will do. Then start performing the steps one by one. That's the next step that it needs to do. And make sure to ask me for each one if we are on the right track. So there is an element of validation and feedback here which we don't see in chain of thought prompting. So now what I expect is ChatGPT will come up with a list of steps, ask me to validate them for it, and once I do, it will start performing each step and then asking for validation each time. So as expected, it came back asking me a bunch of questions about what kind of YouTube content I want to create and what is the audience I'm trying to attract. So based on the questions, I read through them and I came up with precise, small, concise answers for each one of them to keep the discussion ongoing. And after a little back and forth, we came up and decided the core topics that we're going to talk about, what the audience will be, and the scheduling and frequency. And based on that, I finally got a plan, and now I can dive into any one of them. For instance, I can say, let's do this today. For example, I can say, let's do this. And this is Monday, Tuesday, research and script writing. What is generative AI introduction? And now it will start going into that specific topic and working with me on it. So this is the power of sequential prompting, where you're not only using the chain of thought prompting technique to break down your problem into steps, but you're also using the validation and feedback loop from the LLM to come back to you and ask you at each step if it's going into the right direction, so that you make the most out of the model. Now let's talk about the last prompting technique, which is signal prompting. Now this is very basic and simple. The idea here is to help you understand and develop an intuition behind how these large language models behave. So for instance, if I give it a very simple prompt saying list of vegetables, it creates a huge list of vegetables. And now if I say red, it's not a vegetable, but it gives me a list of red vegetables. So this is signaling. I am pushing the output, or I'm stirring the output in a specific direction by giving it a signal. Based on the previous prompt, if I said list of cars, it would have tweaked the output in the second prompt based on that. If I said list of foods, it would have given me the red foods that could apply. So just a basic idea to develop an intuition of how the model behaves. Lastly, I covered a few prompting techniques, but there are hundreds and hundreds of different ways that you can tweak a prompt to make the model work, just like you can do it with a work colleague or with your friend or with your peers. So play around with the model, ask it stupid questions, discuss your work, discuss God, discuss religion, discuss philosophy, and understand the kind of answers you get from 3.5 and 4 if you have the paid version. Because essentially, you don't need a list of prompting techniques and prompts to master ChatGPT. What you need to learn is to understand how ChatGPT thinks. These generative AI models think, but they have their own way of thinking. So once you understand that, you will be able to make the most out of these tools. Analytics feature to run the code within the ChatGPT interface without leaving it and getting the answer right there for us. So let's start. Now in this lecture, I'm going to cover a couple of different tools that can come out to be handy with advanced analytics. First, I'm going to do a few visualizations. Then I'll show you how to edit images, videos, and GIFs using the code interpreter or advanced analytics. We'll also build a word count app, but this time within the GPT. We'll learn how to analyze text in PDF files, summarize them and use them for different purposes. And lastly, we'll do some statistical measures for data analysis folks, such as calculating the t-value and p-value and testing out hypothesis and carrying out a regression analysis. Keep in mind, I won't write a single line of code and I will do everything within the ChatGPT interface this time using the specific feature. So let's start by creating a very simple visualization of the NVIDIA stock. Over here on the screen, you'll see I've opened Yahoo Finance and you see the NVIDIA stock. I went to historical data and I can see the data here for a specific timeline based on the dates that I've chosen for daily price. Now, if I click apply, it selects the data and then when I download, it downloads it in a CSV form. Now, if I go to ChatGPT, what I did was I imported this CSV file here into ChatGPT and I wrote the prompt, plot the time series chart for NVIDIA stock using closing price. Now, I specifically said closing price here because if you look at the data, there are multiple different prices available. We have open, high, low, close, and adjusted close, plus the volume. If I did not say closing price, maybe ChatGPT would have drawn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different lines, which would be very similar to each other. So to keep it simple and straight, I specified the column that I want to be used for drawing my graph, and here it is. I can zoom in and see it drew the graph for me for the date range that I selected from 2023 to 2024. And as we all know, NVIDIA stock price has been on tremendous upward trend from like less than 300 to more than 1000 within this specific time. Next, let's try and create a word count app within ChatGPT. And this time it's going to be a one small single prompt. So all I need to do is it's the same text that we have been using for the word count in different spots. And it's the same question, how many words does this text contain? Now this time, instead of making a guess or counting the number of words, what ChatGPT is doing, it's writing code. And that code is essentially doing the job of counting the number of words and giving us the answer that we're looking for. How does it do the word count? Basically, essentially what it's doing is it's picking up this text and it's separating it based on spaces. So after Australia, there's a space and then has, and then there's a space. So it splits wherever there is a space and then it takes the count of the number of splits it has done. That gives us the word count. Essentially, it was the same thing that an online tool would do. And now we can do this using code interpreter. And we know that we got the right answer of 75 because that's the answer that we got from the external tool as well. Next, let's try and mess around with images. I have this cute dog image. I can paste it into ChatGPT. I can ask it convert into black and white using code. And it will go and do the job for us. And GPT comes back giving us a black and white version of that image. Now, an important point to note here is that I did not use the image generation model to do this. If I did that, the image would be completely different. I'm asking GPT to use Python to write a set of code to convert the image color to black and white, and that's why the image is exactly the same. Same prompt for an image generation model will completely change the image. So keep that in mind. Now, another powerful use case when it comes to images is to convert format and size of images, which we usually do through code. Now, one of the specific use cases that comes to my mind is we use code to edit images size and the type of the file they are. Specifically, when we're working in e-commerce universe, we want the files to be we want the images to be WebP and 30 KB because that's the optimal size for performance. So I can ask ChatGPT to do that for me too. Now, although it first ran into an error when it was trying to do the job, and you can see what sort of code it tried and how it failed in achieving it, but end of the day, it went for a retry and it was able to get me the image that I'm looking for here. So we plot the graphs, we did the images. Now let's try working with videos and GIFs. So now I uploaded 2 images of the dog. It could be any image that you want. And I wrote a prompt, convert this into a GIF. And now you can see that ChatGPT is writing the code to get the job done and create these images into a GIF for us. Now our GIF is ready and I can download it using this link below. Similarly, you can create video slides using code as well. You can say, I have 3 images. I want to create a 6-second video from it. Spend 2 seconds on each one with smooth transitions. And with a few iterations, you'll be able to get a video out of ChatGPT based on those images that you provided as the input. Next, we can also create QR codes using ChatGPT. Here I wrote, can you create a QR code for udemy.com? And now what I expect it to do is either using the DALL-E version, the image model, or the code interpreter, it will create a QR code for me. Actually, because it's going into the analyzing mode, I believe it's writing the code using the specific import QR code library to convert this udemy.com link into a QR code image. Now my output is ready, and if I click on it, I will be able to access the QR code. Now we worked with images, visualizations, GIFs, videos, QR codes. Let's slightly change gears and let's see how do we analyze large amount of text using this code interpreter that ChatGPT might not be able to with a simple copy paste. So what I will do is I will upload this file, which is essentially an Microsoft annual report, which is essentially a 100-page report on Microsoft annual report 2023. It's such a big report that if I tried using it, it will take me weeks and weeks to go through all the data. What I can do is I can upload this PDF file for the Microsoft annual earning into ChatGPT, followed by a prompt, write a blog post summarizing the key takeaways, use markdown language from MSFT report. Now what GPT will do is it will read the 100-page report, extract relevant details from it, feed it to the large language model, and then summarize the text for me. And I expect a huge answer because it's a huge report, so it might not be able to do it in a couple of lines. It will probably be a page or two, given the complexity and the length of the report that we're working with here. GPT comes back with a really nice condensed summary of the entire report, starting from the introduction to embracing technology change, financial highlights, and so on and so forth, covering a couple of different products. It also ends with a really nice disclaimer that the summary is condensed version of the Microsoft annual report, intended to provide a general overview only. The last and the most important thing that I want to cover with this specific feature of advanced analytics is how to perform data analysis and statistical tests using this feature, which could be really powerful if you work with a lot of data. So to do that, let's look at our NVIDIA example again. Over here, you see there's date and we have different prices for the day and the volume traded in that specific day. So as you see that the volume also is a column here, which is not being used by the previous graph that we built. Because I'm a finance student and I always had this curiosity when I saw these graphs that if the volume is in an increasing trend, does that mean that my price will also increase, or the other way around? If the volume decreased, for instance here from 43 to 36, does that mean that my price will also decrease? Because here I see that the price did go down from 894 to 889 when volume went down from 43,000 to 36,000. Is there a relationship between two variables? Let's pose this question to ChatGPT and see what it says. So here what I'll do is I'll write a prompt saying when the volume goes up, the stock price goes up. Test this hypothesis for me based on the NVIDIA stock step by step. Of course, I'm adding step by step here because I always want to see the workings of how the model is behaving. And here I can upload the same NVIDIA CSV again. Now, once I send in this prompt, GPT will come up with an idea of how to conduct a statistical analysis to test the hypothesis of whether the stock price and the stock volume are correlated or not. My understanding and my guess is that it's going to use a correlation. If the two have a very strong correlation, the correlation coefficient will be above 0.7. If it's less than 0.7, then there is no relationship. So that's the kind of the test that I expect GPT to do in this specific scenario. So the first thing it does, it labels out what are the different columns. Then it says, okay, to do this, I'm going to calculate the correlation coefficient between volume and the closing price. And it comes back with the answer of 0.256, which is less than 0.7. So it says it's a weak positive correlation. Therefore, my hypothesis failed. Now let's try a different example. And this time I'm going to do it using regression analysis. So let's say that I have this data set, and this data set contains a lot of loan data. So it tells you a couple of different variables about a specific person who applied for the loan. And then it tells you whether the loan was approved or was it rejected. This is a Kaggle data set, and you'll find the link in the description below. Now, all I need to do is say EDA. What does EDA means? EDA stands for exploratory data analysis. GPT is smart enough to understand what exploratory data analysis steps are, and I expect it to go through all those steps and come up with a few descriptive statistics about the data set for us. Now, once I ask ChatGPT to perform an EDA for me, it goes on and lists down all the columns that I have here in my data set. Then suddenly, as it happens with GPT quite often, it stopped responding. So I just said, okay, go ahead. And then it continued with the same analysis. Now, first it gives us the summary statistics for all the columns. For instance, it says the loan ID range is from 1900 to 2990. The applicant income has this much rows, and maximum income is 81,000. Similarly for different variables. Then it goes on and plots a few of these graphs for us. For example, the distribution of application income. So more people are making less than 100 than more than 100. Here, distribution of co-applicant income, and so on and so forth. Next, what I did was I asked ChatGPT to develop a programming solution that can assist loan providers in analyzing new loan applications. And we're going to do this by applying regression analysis. And then I asked it to tell me the insights from the model, who's getting approved and who's likely to get rejected, how well does the model perform. So essentially what I'm saying is the job now is to predict whether a loan will be approved or not based on the attributes we have for each loan approver. So first develop a regression analysis, then tell me based on the attributes, who's getting approved and who's not. Is it single males? Is it females who are married and have a decent job? So these kind of starts. And lastly, give me an idea of how well does the regression model that we created behaves. Now, sometimes you'll come across the scenario too where GPT will give you two different responses and ask you to choose from one. And it's essentially OpenAI trying to test out which prompt is better. Now, of course, I'm going to go with response 1 in this case because 2 actually ended up with an error. So it gives us a few model insights that credit history, married, education, gender dependence, and self-employed are some of the variables that drives it the most. And then it talks about who's getting approved, applicants with a good credit history, married applicants, and those with a higher level of education such as graduates. Of course, this is very basic common sense and it makes sense so far. Now it's talking about model performance next, where it says that it predicted 10 out of 13 rejections. It got them wrong by 3. And then it predicted 35 out of 37 approvals. So it got only 2 wrong. So that's a pretty decent model. If I look at it in a percentage term, we are performing above 90%, which is very decent for any AI data science model in this scenario. And then it suggests a few potential improvements on how we can further fine tune and improve the model if we want. Now, if I want, I can provide it details for a new applicant based on the same attributes that we have in our training data set. And I can ask it, do you think whether it will get approved or it won't? And it is expected to respond with a 90% accuracy based on the model that we have built using the code interpreter. So a quick recap before we move on. Code Interpreter or Advanced Analytics provides ChatGPT the option to run code in a sandbox environment within the ChatGPT interface. We can use it to create visualizations and plots, to edit images, videos, and GIFs, to create small apps such as word count app, analyze text in PDF files and summarize it, long text that might be very difficult for us to read without that, and perform statistical and data analysis that can range from a simple p-value test or hypothesis testing all the way to data science projects such as regression modeling. In this video, we will start working on the image generation part of ChatGPT using the underlying DALL-E 3 model that is integrated within ChatGPT 4 if you're a paid user. And we will achieve this by going through 4 different things. First, we'll learn how to identify objects and images. Then we'll convert image into text, and then we'll do it the other way around, convert text into image. And lastly, we'll discover some of the use cases for UI, UX, and selling digital products online. Now let's start with our first use case and convert this image into text. So I'm going to take this image, which is of a pasta, and copy it, paste it into ChatGPT, and I will ask it a question along the lines of, can you tell me what this dish is? It comes back saying it's some type of a pasta, possibly rigatoni, coated in creamy tomato sauce. Exactly what I was looking for. And now I can ask it a question along the line of, can you give me the recipe for it? So in this way, if I have any dish that I like at a restaurant or on TV, I can just take a photo, put into ChatGPT and get the recipe out, which will give me a decent approximate recipe of that specific dish that we're working with. So I got my list of ingredients and the recipe. Next, I have this plant and I want to ask ChatGPT what would be the watering schedule of this plant. So the first thing I'll do is I'll paste a prompt of, could you identify the plant for me and tell me what will be the watering schedule for this plant? And then I can just copy this image and feed it into ChatGPT. GPT came back giving me a 4-step solution: schedule, method of watering, humidity, and water quality requirements. Within schedule, if I read, it says you do not need to water too frequently, allow the top 50% of the soil to dry before watering, and usually watering every 7 to 10 days in the growing season would work. So now in this way, we just covered identifying objects on images. Next, what we're going to talk about is how to convert an image into a text form. So let's say I have an image of this mathematical problem that we have in front of us. 2 under root x minus 14 is equal to 288 over root x. Now, if I want, I can manually solve this problem by myself, or I can just feed in the image into GPT and I can ask it, solve it for me in steps. Now, because I wrote here, solve this for me in steps, it specifically wrote a bullet list of each step that it took coming to the end answer, which is 256 in this case. I can also extract data from images using ChatGPT. For instance, this is a visual that tells us the global economy size by country, and each country has its own label. For instance, you will see here, US is 37.2 trillion. So what I can do in this case is I can also copy this image and follow up with the prompt along the lines of extract the data from this graph in tabular format. And here we have our output. You can see US is 37.2 trillion, which is what we checked in the original image as well. Now let's talk about text to image. We're going to use simple English text to generate images from it. How would I go about doing that? I will start with a very basic simple prompt saying, create a Pikachu image for me. So Pikachu is a Pokemon character. For those of you who don't know, ChatGPT is going to try and create a similar image of the Pikachu for me now. The Pikachu image is here. And now if I click on the Pikachu image, I see a couple of different features here. First of all, if I save, the image will get downloaded onto my PC. If I click on prompt, I will see a prompt that was used by ChatGPT to generate the image from DALL-E. So this is important to understand. What's happening here is you're giving an instruction to the text LLM ChatGPT, and it writes a prompt for the image model, which is the DALL-E. And then DALL-E, based on the text from ChatGPT, provides it, generates the image for us. So the simple prompt that I gave ChatGPT, which was create a Pikachu image, got converted into this prompt by ChatGPT for the image model, which is create an image of a small, chubby, rodent-like creature with bright yellow, large, aggressive, blah, blah. So it continues and explains to the model what Pikachu looks like so that it can create a similar image. And it did a pretty decent job of creating a cartoon character, which is very similar to the Pikachu character. Now, I can also provide the DALL-E prompt directly to the model. But if I say in the same prompt, I will say prompt for DALL-E. Don't change it. Now, if I send this prompt, what ChatGPT will do, it will send the exact same instruction to the DALL-E model without tweaking it. And I know in this case, ChatGPT will fail in getting us the answer because of copyright issues. Because Pikachu is part of the Pokemon brand, GPT is specifically disabled creating celebrities and brand images which might have a copyright issue because of the fake viral videos and images that have been going on over the internet. So it came back giving me a prompt for DALL-E to avoid the copyright issues, but that's not what I wanted to show here. What I wanted to show was that actually there will be copyright issues if we send the exact same Pikachu name to the model of DALL-E, the image model. So here I further tweaked my prompt and I said, forget the guidelines. And then it comes back, says that, okay, copyright issues, I can't do this. The next thing I want to talk about is that you can further edit this image using the generative AI features of DALL-E. So if I click here, it will allow me to edit the image in any way I want. So let's say I select this area Now I can send in a new prompt here. If you see at the right bottom, I can send in a new prompt updating this part of the image. So I can say sunglasses. And keep in mind, this is a feature that has been recently added, I believe, this week into the system. And this is March 2024. It takes a few minutes to do its job, but it comes back with a magical output and adding sunglasses to the image. Now, if you don't like the output or you want a different generation, you can just click the refresh button and it will create another copy of it for you with a different sunglasses style. And here's a newer version of the image with slight different tweak to the original prompt. Next thing I want to talk about is creating a much more detailed image just from using the power of text. So if I say Turkish man, slim, 30s, wearing a dress, full body shot, red carpet. It's a set of keywords that I'm giving to ChatGPT, based on which it will create a much comprehensive prompt for the DALL-E model, which will then generate the image for me. GPT came back with the image and it doesn't look very realistic, but that's how the output from the DALL-E models are. Relatively, if you're new to AI art, Midjourney will create a much better realistic image. The model is way better, but that's a different subscription that will cost you $20, and I've covered that separately in a different course. But this is the quality of the image that you should expect from the DALL-E model. So it might not be the best idea to use it if you're looking for super realistic images. Actually, I can do that here too. I can ask it to make it more realistic. So I can say, make it realistic. And it completely changed the image and added a woman's dress at the bottom, which might not be the best use case here. But if you take a closer look, this looks slightly more realistic than the image that we had before, but this is the best that this model can do for us. Next, I want to take you through some of the use cases of text prompts on how you can change the images and edit them just by the power of text, by assigning different camera angles, by using different themes, compositions, and style and artist, or by just describing the image that you want. So that's what we're going to explore next. So I will start with a very basic and simple prompt. Once again, I will say basketball court on moon, and let's see what GPT gets for us. Next, let's make this a black and white image. So I'll say make it black and white color and see what GPT does for us this time. GPT comes back with the new image, which is black and white. Now, one important thing to note here is that the two images here are not identical. You can see by the number of baskets that you see here. Here there are 2 and here there are 5. This is because GPT is not trying to make the same image black and white. It's updating the prompt to include black and white in it, and then using that to render a completely new image. So by giving an editing instruction, you won't be able to manipulate the exact same image, but you'll get something very similar. So keep that in mind. The two images will never be identical. Next, let's try something slightly different. And let's say that I want to add a warm color theme or a cool color theme to it. So I'll just send a prompt saying add a warm tone to it overall. Now it comes back, and this time it's added a warm theme to it based on our prompt. At any step in the stage, if you want, you can go and look at the prompt that ChatGPT created for you, and you can tweak these prompts, copy them, paste them, play around with them in ChatGPT, or compare the prompts in different images to understand what's working for you and what's not. So apart from adjusting the colors, what I can do is I can change the environment too. So for instance, I can say something very weird by saying that it's snowing. So add snow to the image. So I'll give it a prompt saying make it snow. So now what I expect is basketball court on the moon where I can see the earth from behind, and it's going to be filled up with snow, or some form of snow will be there. Now it added snow to it and kept the warm color that we wanted. Now let's add some objects into it. So I'll say add 2 players into the image for me now. Now, although I asked for 4 players, it created 2 here, and it created them in astronaut suits, so which can defy gravity and allow them to play on the basketball court, as it says here, dressed in a spacesuit designed for basketball. And then it kept the snow and the warm environment and the moon surface. So this was a basic example of how you can start with a very basic simple prompt and build on it by adding an environment feature to it, by deciding the colors of the image, and then adding objects into it one by one. The next technique that I want to talk about is how to leverage existing images and artists to create a new masterpiece using AI of your own. So Because ChatGPT and the DALL-E model have been trained on a vast amount of public data, it has the memory and understanding of different artists' style and how they work. So to start with this, I will create a very basic image of a horse running in the field. So to start with, I will create a very basic image of a horse running in the field and then modify it further by assigning it different artistic styles. Now we got the image of a majestic horse running in the field. Now I will give a next prompt saying, make it, in the next prompt, I'm going to ask it to make it a Da Vinci style art. Now the model tried adding some of the features that Da Vinci uses in his arts. If you are familiar with his paintings, this looks like a very similar texture and color and theme similar to Mona Lisa. The next what I'm going to do is I'm going to use Van Gogh as an example because the effect of Van Gogh's painting style would be very prominent in the output image. Now, if you're familiar with the Starry Nights image painting that he created, this looks very similar. The overall texture of the sky and the grass and the horse running on it is very Van Gogh style of painting. So a very key technique, if you know what style of artist you want to use, you can definitely use this prompt technique. The next thing I want to tell you about in text to image prompts is how you can think of yourself as a photographer and use those skills to create your text prompts. For instance, you can control the camera angle. You can say passport size, you can say full body shot, you can say zoomed out shot. You can control the camera type. You can say a pinhole camera, you can say a DSLR, or Nikon 500 XYZ, a super powerful camera, and the image output will change accordingly based on the camera used. Third, you can also assign different view. I can look at a city from a worm's eye view looking up, or I can look down from an eagle's view. So now let's try out the different combinations and see how we can integrate photography elements into our text prompts to make the most out of our images. Now to explore different camera angles, different types of cameras and different viewpoints that we can use in our text prompts to change the image, I started with a very basic simple prompt saying, give me a full body shot of a friendly baby tiger in the jungle. So keep in mind here, I used a full body shot because I specifically wanted to show the full body. In the next prompt, I said, give me a passport size shot. So now what GPT did was, compared to the previous shot, it brought the camera closer to the object so that it looks more like a passport size shot. In this way, I can play around and change these shots in different ways. Next, what I did was I changed the viewpoint. So I said from an eagle's eye view, because I want to see from the top what's happening. And that's exactly what GPT did and changed the image to the eagle's eye view. Next, I also tried the worm's eye view. Here, the idea is that you're looking at the tiger as a worm from the bottom up. So I'm looking up this time. So that's how this image will be. So just by changing the camera angle, I've been able to tweak the same text prompt in different ways. Next, to try out a few other things, I created this realistic image of a Toronto skyline. And now I can prompt it to get the image done with different camera types. For instance, the first thing I tried was I said realistic image of Toronto skyline from DSLR. So I added DSLR here, but GPT did not understand my instruction well enough. And although it showed Toronto in the background, this is CN Tower, it's showing it through the lens of a DSLR. And this is not what I was looking for. So I changed my prompt to say from a DSLR camera. And now based on the efficiency of the model and how good it is, it did its job and generated the image of Toronto for me. Not a very realistic image, but this is what GPT can do for you. Next, I changed the camera angle type to Nikon F3 camera, which is a much older type of technology of the camera than compared to the DSLR. So what I expected is that the image will not be as great as the previous one. And that's something I can see in the model. These changes become much more prevalent if you're using a better image generation model such as Midjourney. GPT does a very basic job in terms of image generation compared to other LLMs out there. So keep that in mind if you're using this for practical specific use cases. Next, one more feature that I wanted to talk about is that you can change the aspect ratio of the image too. For instance, this image was a landscape view to be fitted on a laptop screen. If I wanted to change it to mobile view, I wanted the height to be much higher and the width to be much lower. And that's what I did here. I asked it to change this page in aspect ratio that suits phones. So I could have defined a specific aspect ratio and it could do that for you too. But just to get a broad sense, I just said that will fit a phone and it changed the image to a longitudinal one. The next thing I want to talk about is how to use these image models for UI, UX design for dashboards and websites and mobile apps. I'll start with a very basic and simple prompt saying, can you create me a a landing page similar to Airbnb? And it comes back with a landing page example for me. The next thing I did was I selected the specific element and I said, can you please remove this for me, the text for me? And GPT did a very bad job in removing it. So working with text might not be the best idea. Over here, you will also notice that the text is pretty messed up and the spellings are all wrong. That's a limitation of the current image models. They will also mess up the number of fingers in your hand. If you want to give it a shot, go ahead. Last thing I want to cover here is that you see the size or the width of this selection area that we have. I can mess with it too. If I make it really small, then my selection area becomes really small. Next, what I did was I tried getting a few dashboard examples as well. This time I said, give me a minimalistic design for an e-commerce dashboard to track delivery. And it came back with a basic design idea showing different forms of transport that are being used and the time taken in each one. I can use this as a very basic layout to build on top of it using different tools till I reach my final dashboard design. The last thing I want to talk about is that if you remember how we created this Toronto skyline image and the baby tiger images using very simple basic prompts, these are the sort of images that went viral on Etsy and people started making a lot of money with them. So if I go to Etsy and I type AI art animal, most of these images that are showed up in front of us, they're generated by an AI tool. Most probably by Midjourney, not DALL-E, but some of these are very easy to build and create. So if this is something that you have been thinking about of how you can leverage AI to start a new business or a side hustle, this might be the idea for you if you're interested in image generation. Now I will try and cover a few cases within a few seconds just to give you an idea. This one, which is being sold a lot, 3.3K reviews, is essentially the customer provides an image of their pet and then an instruction of how you want the image to be. So you can feed that image into the model and you can ask it to make it dress like a mid-century lord. And that's how you will end up with this dog image here. This one is just watercolors and tiger. I can go back to my tiger image and I can say watercolor portrait of a tiger. And here you go, we got the image of the tiger that we were looking for. And it's very similar to the image that we saw on Etsy here. I can also add these splashes of colors on top if I want by editing feature. So that's it for this lecture. A quick recap. What we did in this lecture is first we learned how to identify objects and images. We identified the pasta and got the recipe. We identified the type of the plant and the watering schedule. Then we moved on to image to text, where we identified a math problem using an image and solved it using ChatGPT. And we extracted tabular format data from visualizations about global economy for different countries' GDPs. Then we started working on text to image, where we first created a Pikachu image by giving DALL-E the permission to generate the prompt for us. Then we went through some of the copyright issues that you might run with. And then we further took a deep dive into the power of text prompts, where we learned how we can change the color and the style of the image, how we can use different artists to copy their style, how we can integrate the photography elements of camera angles and viewpoints into our prompt to get a more customized image, more suited for our job. Lastly, we also talked about how to use image models for UI, UX design for landing pages and dashboards. And lastly, a quick touch point on the side hustle of generating and selling digital AI art on Etsy by using image models. In this next video, let's talk about the GPT builder or the ChatGPT AI agent environment that OpenAI has provided within the ChatGPT interface. Essentially, the idea here is that, as you have seen before, as we went along different videos and we learned about prompt structure and prompting techniques, there are a lot of instances where we teach ChatGPT a lot of different stuff before we can ask it to write the output for us. We provided it multiple examples. We provided it with input information from different blogs and articles to enhance its knowledge base, to enhance the instructions, to enhance its writing style so that it can write and provide us the output, whether it's English or code, based on our specific instructions. Now, if you're using AI to scale our work or business, our homeworks and assignments, we might have to do the same task over and over again. For instance, let's go back to the example where I was asking ChatGPT to create a headline for me in a specific format where it's short, concise, and ends with an emoji. Now, let's say I write 2 to 3 blogs every day. Now, every time I need to do this, I need to train ChatGPT on a couple of examples before I can ask for a new headline on a specific topic. One way I can get around it is I can save my chat in ChatGPT so that I can go to the same chat and I can give it a new passage and it gives me the new headline. That's a workaround that will work in most cases, but sometimes OpenAI also archives your old chat. So maybe not the best long-term solution available. So to solve for this specific problem where you don't need to train ChatGPT, fine-tune it over and over again based on your own input set, based on your own instructions, they provided a different environment where you can teach ChatGPT on a set of instructions and a knowledge base. Every time you ask a question from this specific GPT, it will always go through the instruction set that was provided and the knowledge base that was provided before answering the question. Now let's use the same example to understand the concept before we dive into it. We had a blog and we wanted a title and we had a couple of examples for it. So first, I can feed in the examples, example 1, input, output, example 2, input, output, example 3, input, out. And I can save that within that specific ChatGPT builder instance and I call this blog title creator GPT for me. Now, every time I use this AI agent, all I need to do is provide a passage and it knows exactly what needs to be done. It will come back with the specific headline with an emoji exactly the way I asked. So that's what AI agents are in a nutshell. They're specified, fine-tuned, customized versions of ChatGPT which have been trained to do one specific job. That's it, by using a set of instructions and a knowledge base. Now, let's dive into it and see how do you actually create one by creating a very simple GPT. If I want to create a new GPT, I can go to Explore GPTs and then from the right top here, I can click on Create. When I click on Create, this option opens up where now I have two different where this option opens up where now I have two different screens essentially. I can type here, although I don't have the option to type here because I haven't defined my GPT yet. Now here is where I can create my GPT. So let's say I want to create a startup advisor. Let's say I want to create a startup advisor similar to Sam Altman. Now the first thing GPT will do is it will ask us to come up with a name and then an image and then a set of instructions and then any files or input files that I want to use as knowledge base. Once I have provided these 4 informations, it will store this information and I can specifically start playing around with this ChatGPT. How about, so it comes back and says, how about calling this ChatGPT startup Sage? I like the name, okay. And I will confirm that, okay, I like the name. Next, it will generate a profile picture for this specific GPT because that's one of the binary requirements for creating one. So let's go on and get one for ourselves. I got the image, so I'm just going to say, okay. Next, it's going to ask me for a set of instructions. So I'll provide a set of instructions to the GPT on what exactly it is supposed to do. So I would say your job is to provide startup advice to new founders similar to Sam Altman does. It understood the instruction. I will also add here, just for my own specific use case, don't be wordy, answer in precise bullets only. So I will add another layer of instructions here because it suits me really well. I will say don't be wordy and always list in precise bullet points so that I don't end up with very, very long answers. So every time you see the circle moving around it and it says updating GPT, it's essentially updating the instructions or the knowledge base based on the prompt that we have provided as it's modifying the AI agent that we have created. Next, I would also say that I want to provide a knowledge base. So essentially a slide or a PDF file that contains some sort of knowledge base environment for GPT to rely on. So for example, over here, I will say for product market fit, refer to this specific example. So anytime a question arises from the product market fit, it will open the example and use this as a knowledge base. So I can click here and upload a file. Let's assume this is a file that I want to go with, and I would say add this to the knowledge base. Now this is a random file I uploaded, so don't be bothered with that. But if you upload a regular file, it will understand and do the job exactly the same way. So now our GPT builder is kind of ready, and we can start testing it on the screen on the right. I can give it a prompt saying about a specific startup that I'm working with, and I can ask advice from the startup advisor, Sam Altman. So now I'm going to ask a very, very specific startup related question to get advice to see how well does our AI agent work in this case. I'm going to say, I run a B2C SaaS subscription business, but most of my customers are freemium model. So they're using the freemium version of the tool similar to ChatGPT 3.5, and they're not upgrading to the premium version. In this case, that would be ChatGPT 4. How do I get my customers to move from the freemium version to the premium version? And it goes on and gives me the exact sort of things that I should look at and the bullet points talking about what sort of changes can I make in my business to be able to shift from the freemium to the premium version. Now, if I like this GPT, I can click on create on top here and it would get saved. Now, if I only want it for my personal uses, I can do only me or anyone with link, or I can publish it to the GPT App Store. And we'll talk about this a bit later, and I'm going to also choose the category that I'm working with here. So here I'll talk about education. So if I click share, this GPT will be published under my name, under my heading as a GPT builder that I own on the App Store. Now I can view this GPT by clicking on it, and this will open up a specific instance of this GPT Startup Sage created by Saad A, Concise Startup Insights. So that's a very basic example of how AI agents work and how to create a GPT builder. The next thing that I want to take you through is to show you how to explore different GPTs that have been created by the community. So essentially, the idea is similar to an app store. OpenAI has created a GPT store where people can create their own GPTs and make them available to public to use. Now, all of them are free right now, but the way the technology is progressing, I won't be surprised and shocked, similar to App Store, if you have these GPTs charging you a premium of $10 per month or $10 to download and use the app or something of that sort. So if you are looking for startup ideas specifically related to SaaS environment, this might be a good thing for you. You can fine-tune GPTs to perform a specific task as per your own requirements and get them uploaded onto the GPT App Store for the world to use, and you might be able to monetize from it in a couple of months once the monetization comes out. Now let's go through some of the GPTs that have already been created, and I will show you what are the categories that are some of the most popular. And let me walk you through some of the most popular ones. So if you look here, there are a couple of different categories that OpenAI has come up with. DALL-E will be the one that works with the image. The writing one talks about the different writing ones. It will humanizing the content, copywriting, SEO, cover letter, CVs. Now, if I click on each one, any one of these, I can see the number of ratings that it has. So for instance, this one has 256 plus ratings and they have rated it 4.2, which is not bad for writing GPT. And it has almost 1 million conversations already done from it. Now, if I compare it with a different one, this one has a 3.9 rating. So I would prefer using this one for writing. Now, my favorite one for writing is called automated writing, and it comes pretty close to automated writer, and it comes pretty close to my own writing style when I train it well. So do explore these GPTs, try them out and see which one works best for you. And obviously the ratings and all are very inside and you have to click on each one of them to figure out what the rating is. But over time, this will improve. So essentially, also, you can also check out what is the ranking of this GPT to make sure that you're using the right one. Now, productivity, Canva, PDF, Weed, which is a video tool, drawing diagrams, Excel GPT will give you a lot of tips on how to use Excel. Research and analysis, GPTs are connected to different databases. So this is connected to the consensus database with more than 200 million academic articles already in there that you can basically call in and use them. Scholar GPT is more like Google Scholar, which has all the peer-reviewed articles, academic articles there. Finance Wizard will have specific information about finance. Web browser will be like Bing, which will help you browse the web for specific use cases. Programming one is my favorite ones because I work a lot on a lot of programming tasks specifically related to data analysis and creating basic GUIs for my dashboards at work. So I have been trying out a couple of these. The Python one is pretty good, rated at 4.2. It's the second best with 400k plus conversations, and it provides pretty decent Python code for you if you want. Now, you can also find GPTs which are specifically trained for a specific language. For instance, this one will be an expert in SQL. This one is pretty good at generating a website code. Auto Expert is specifically for developers. And this one is specifically taught on Java, HTML, and C++ code. So depending on your use case, figure out what is the highest rated GPT, what is its overall ranking, how many people are using it, what does the review says. And based on this, you can try a couple of GPTs and come up with the one that specifically suits the task. This is something that a lot of people are not focusing on. Instead of coming up with better and better prompt structures, better and better way prompting techniques, there is a much easier way of getting a better output by finding the right GPT that applies to the task at hand for you in the moment. So if you are a paid version, I would highly suggest you to explore GPTs and mark down the ones that can do the job the way you want them to exponentially increase your productivity. Now let's go back to creating GPTs and let me tell you a faster way of creating GPTs and some additional functionalities that are available. For instance, when we looked at some of these GPTs, such as the consensus one, it has access to a massive database of academic scholars. So if you want to build a similar GPT which has access to a specific database, how do you do that? That will be done through the APIs, and that's what we're going to look at next. So if I go back to create on top and I'm back to the same screen, so now this time I'm going to create on configure here and I get a list of options. So anything that we did in the create chat with the help of the input prompt, I can do the same thing in configure. I can come up with a name, I can use DALL-E to create an image, I can add a description for the GPT, and then I can add a very long list of instructions for the GPT if I want here on exactly what I wanted to do. I can add a few conversation starters here on what do I want my chat GPT to start with as the options for the input prompts. And then finally, here is your upload files, which allows you to upload up to 20 files, 500 MB each. And lastly, you can choose the capabilities for the GPT premium version that you want this GPT to have. For instance, do you want it to have access to the code interpreter? Do you want it to have access to image generation? Do you want it to have access to web browsing feature? And lastly, for advanced coders and developers who actually want to create GPTs which are fine-tuned and that can access different databases, we have the actions option. You can create a new action which would require an API authentication or an auth authentication, and then you can add a schema of your choice, or you can import one based on the schema that you've been working with on a specific API. Now, there are different examples here. If you look at the weather JSON example, that will give you a very basic brief idea of how to call the weather API for the latest weather set. Lastly, it also provides you different options here for what sort of different API calls you can make and what are the paths that you will use, and also define a privacy policy using the website or link that you want to provide. Now, this might be too advanced for a crash course in ChatGPT, so I'm going to skip it for later, and we'll touch it a little bit when we talk about OpenAI APIs and OpenAI Playground in the course. Next, let me try and give you a few example cases on when to use GPT Builder to create your own specific AI agent and how would that process work. So let's say I run my own website where I sell my courses apart from Udemy, which is called mrchatgpt.ca. And to be able to organically generate traffic, I need a lot of SEO work. I need to post a lot of blogs. I need to post on LinkedIn. I need to post on YouTube. So my idea here is that can I create an AI agent that is trained on all the data for mr.chatgpt.ca so that every time I have a new idea, I don't need to train the ChatGPT again and again. I can go in there, mention my idea, and based on the knowledge base and the instructions we have already provided, it's able to write in my style and give me the blog post or the LinkedIn post or the Insta post that I'm looking for in that case. So with that being the idea, let's go create one for us. So the first thing I'll say is the name will be Mr. ChatGPT Content Creator. Image, I can use a random image. Let's add one. Now in the instruction set, what I will say is your job is to create content for mr.chatgpt.ca website. This is an online education website that sells pre-recorded courses to students and professionals across the world in English language. And then I will mention in the instructions that I've added a bunch of different articles in the knowledge base section, which I've essentially uploaded them here, which you can rely on when you're writing blog, understand my writing style and write according. In the attached knowledge base, you will find examples of blogs, you will find examples of LinkedIn posts, and you will find examples of captions and tags that we use on Instagram. So 3 different sort of examples that I've already provided. So I'm getting into that few short scenario now, if you remember from our from the prompt and technique section. Essentially, I've given it an example and I've already trained in on few short examples. Next, I can close this, open a new instance of the ChatGPT, and I can say, I want to write a new blog post on Sora AI, which is the latest video large language model released by OpenAI recently. In the link below is a blog post that OpenAI released on their official website about Sora. Using this and the knowledge base, write a LinkedIn post and a blog post in my writing style. Please ensure to follow the format that I have outlined in the instruction section on how to write each one. Why did I say that? Let's go back to the instruction. Here I said, I want my blog post follow HTML tags, and I said my LinkedIn post should not be more than 100 words. Keep it concise and precise. So pro tip here as well, if you think that your GPT builder that you have built is not utilizing the knowledge base, write it in your prompt. So specifically I said here, using your knowledge base, because I know sometimes it will mess up and create the output without referring to the knowledge base files that I've provided. Specifically mentioning that here tremendously significantly improves the output quality. And now I get my blog post and the LinkedIn post that I've been looking. I can also say I'm going to add an Insta video of Sora AI and how it works. Can you give me the relevant tags and a caption for the video based on the knowledge base? And it will come back and give me a few examples here. Now this is extremely powerful. Train GPT builders for specific use case. Just like I created one for Mr. ChatGPT content creator, I can create one for writing resumes and cover letter based on a few short examples, so that every time I'm applying for a new job, all I need to do is copy paste the job description or even the link of the job description and ask GPT to modify my resume or the cover letter accordingly, proofread it with it, and then boom, I apply for a new job. If you're applying for jobs, writing cover letters and updating resumes for each and every position is a nightmare. So this way you might be able to hit a lot more jobs than you could have done it without. Plus, I can also modify it to say based on the job role. Plus, I can also add another layer here by saying that based on the job description and the company, give me ideas of what sort of job titles should I search for on LinkedIn to find the relevant people, and also draft a message to send them for a coffee chat request, so that I can increase my chances of referrals and recommendations and get hired. So extremely powerful thing. I can also use AI agents for specific coding projects. Let's say I have this massive data set from Kaggle. It's a Kaggle competition and I want to participate in this competition and get the code written from ChatGPT. I can essentially take the instructions from the Kaggle, post it in the instruction. I can take all the input files that are provided in that specific one and post it in the knowledge base, and then I can provide it as additional instructions, say that, okay, our job is to solve this Kaggle competition. Let's go through this together step by step. I will ask you specific questions and you provide me the answers. And literally for some of the easy competitions on Kaggle, it will take less than 2 to 3 prompts to actually solve the entire data science problem for us, assuming that the file size of the input files was less than 500 MB. So an extremely powerful tool if you're doing specific cases. Create GPT builders for those. It will tremendously improve your productivity and the time taken to achieve the right. As we explore GPT builders, there is one specific example that I want to show you exactly how it works using the external database. So let's say I selected the Instacart plugin here, which essentially allows me to connect to the Instacart website and order groceries directly from there. There are similar plugins here for Expedia that will allow you to book flights, and for DoorDash that will allow you to order the food. So now looking at the Instacart example, I can start with a very basic prompt saying that I'm hosting 10 friends, and for that I need to make 10 steak for dinner tonight. Can you please list down all the ingredients that I would need? Assume that I have nothing at home that I would need for cooking the steak, and it comes back with a list of ingredients. This much we did before as well in one of our previous sections when you were going through the discussion and the brainstorming part in the prompt structure. Now, this is where the AI agents become extremely powerful. I can say, can you build me an Instacart for the ingredients that you have listed above, and it will do exactly what I asked for. The plugin loads up and it gets me the list of ingredients that I need to order, and I can click on this button and I can go and see the cart items that are there in my cart already that have been added. This will save me at least 1 to 2 hours of time from getting the list of ingredients to finding each and every item available on a grocery store's website and then adding them to my cart. Now all I need to do is make sure all the items that I need are there and it's not missing anything, or if there are any substitutions that I need to look for, and place my order in just 2 clicks. So essentially powerful in terms of increasing your personal productivity, work productivity for new businesses. So do give it some time and explore the GPTs, because if you can find the right GPTs to do the job for you, you might not need to spend too much time in prompt engineering because you have those fine-tuned GPTs already available. Now let's continue to test the critical reasoning ability of different models, specifically Claude 3, by giving it another example of a word problem. This time I'm going to try and keep it at the image level. So I'm going to copy this entire image into the prompt, into the LLM. And basically what happens here is that this is a table with some data about different stats about by commodity for Brazil agricultural products in 2009. And then it's followed by 3 questions and you have to answer by saying either yes or no to each one. Now, without going into the specifics of what the exact questions are for now, let's just go to Claude and run it. So when I give this prompt, Claude comes back saying the image displays a table showing information about Brazilian agriculture. For each commodity, it shows the production, blah, 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 blah. Based on the information provided, all the statements are true. And it comes back saying all the 3 statements are true. If I go to ChatGPT, it comes back saying that the first statement we don't know yet, the answer is no. The second statement is a yes, and the third statement is a no. Now, if I go to Perplexity, it gave a completely different answer. And when I tried it on Gemini, Gemini also said the first one is yes, and the other 2 are no. Now, let's dissect the problem and understand what the answer should be, and then compare it with the answer that we got from different models. So we are pretty confident that one of these models is wrong because they're giving different answers, all 4 of them. The first one says no individual country produces more than 1/4 of the world's sugar. Now sugar is here. Production rank of Brazil is number 1 and it produces 21%. So this statement is true. If a country produces more than Brazil, then Brazil's rank could not be more 1. It would be 2 at least, right? And since as the top producer, it's producing 21%, there is no other individual country that produces 25%. So this statement should be true. GPT got it wrong, but Claude got it right. In the second one, if Brazil produces less than 20% of the world's supply of any commodity listed in the table, Brazil is not the world's top exporter of that commodity. Now, this statement is formed from the example of beef and chicken. So if you see, Brazil produces less than 20% of the world share, but its exports, because it's specifically saying is not the world's top exporter. It's still the world's top exporter. So this is a contradiction. Brazil is the top exporter for beef and chicken, but the overall production world share is less than 20%. So this statement should be a no. And the third one is of the commodities in the table for which Brazil ranks first in world export, Brazil produces more than 20% of the world supply. So it's saying anywhere that Brazil is number 1, the market share Brazil has should be less than 20%. And this is again false, again because of beef and chicken, because here it produces less than 20%, but it's still ranked number 1. Now let's try and dissect why GPT made a mistake and how did I rectify it. So first I gave it the same table as a text to make sure that it's not an image recognition problem. And it came back giving me similar answers to the previous one. So then I had to specifically guide it and say, for point number 2, how about beef and chicken? So I pointed out specifically, giving it a soundbite that, okay, this is the problem that you are not going through. And it then updated its answer saying the second statement is a no because Brazil is the top exporter of beef and chicken, even though it produces less than 20%. So that's how I solved this problem here. Similarly with Claude, Claude did the same thing. First it said all the statements are true. No individual country produces, this is correct. Now, but these two statements were supposed to be false because beef and chicken were outliers. It was not able to understand that. I also asked it to do this solve step by step, but still it made the same mistake. Lastly, I had to point out the beef and chicken and it was able to update its answer. Now I want to take a minute to help you understand why the models are making a mistake. When a model reads the statement, if Brazil produces less than 20% of the world's supply of any commodity listed in the table, it automatically adds the first filter on production market share to 20%, ignoring the beef and the chicken. Although Brazil is the top exporter for these two quantities. If I reword this prompt where I say if Brazil is not the world's, if Brazil is the top exporter of that commodity, does it always produce less than 20%? So if I talk about this statement first and this statement later, the LLM won't make a mistake because then it will first filter out the ones and then go check out their market share. Right now it's restricting itself to 20% market share and then checks if they ranked one. And that's why it missed beef and corn, chicken in this specific example. So the way the prompt is structured is too tricky for the LLM to answer the question. Keep that in mind when you're working with your own prompts. Make sure you're not structuring a prompt in a way that makes GPT do something first before checking on the other thing. So the sequence of the task that you assign makes a huge difference. And that was the idea here. Now, all the models made a mistake and all the models needed help. So this is a good idea of why these models have limitations and how you can structure your prompt better to make them give you the right answer. So that's it for this lecture of critical reasoning. From the next lecture, we'll start talking about some of the writing prompts, and that's where Claude will shine above all. If you recall from the previous introductory video, Claude and Anthropic specifically claims that we're building our large language models for businesses and enterprise customers. So therefore, they want to have strong vision capabilities, not image generation, rather image recognition. And why is that? Because they believe that some of our enterprise customers may have up to 50% of their knowledge base, which is their proprietary business data that's stored within their servers, within their own folders, in their own business computers, encoded in various formats such as PDF, flowcharts, or presentation slides. And that's very true for most businesses. We won't find most of our proprietary data stored in text files in Word documents. It's mostly PDFs, flowcharts, and presentations. So being able to take an image and recognize it and perform the relevant OCR techniques, extract the text from it, understand what the image is about is very critical for businesses to be able to use generative AI on a large scale. Therefore, Claude has built sophisticated vision capabilities on par with other leading models. And we will explore this by going through two different prompts and showing where Claude wins and where Claude fails versus the other model. And I've come up with very, very specific examples to exactly show you where the models differ from each other. And this is again shown here, the strong vision capability in one of their tests that they did, which is the document, visual, and Q&A, and LS score test. The three new Claude models. So these are the three different types of Claude 3 models. Similar to GPT has GPT-4, GPT Turbo, GPT 3.5. Claude has 3 layers of models too, a very small one to a very large one. If you see the document, visual, and Q&A, which we are interested in right now, the image recognition part, it performs on par with other models. Gemini is the best one, but GPT and Claude are doing similar performance. They're all between 88.5 to 90.9. So a very close range of image recognition threshold across all these models that they have tested. And in the next video, let's go through some prompts and understand better how these models differ on the same image prompts. Now, the next topic that I want to talk about in this section is qualitative research using Claude. One thing to keep in mind, unlike the other large language models such as Gemini, ChatGPT, or Perplexity, Claude does not have access to the internet. So any information you want to work with, you'll have to copy paste it into the model. Second, it has a much longer context window, especially if you're a pro. So you will be able to punch in a lot of text, even up to books, if you're using Bard for your research. So the first example that I want to do is of an academic paper where I want to summarize the research paper in a half-page summary template for academic research papers. And I have a specific template in mind that I wanted to follow. So all I need to do is, first, I will take this paper, which is the Bitcoin white paper. It's not that long. It's about 9 pages, but it contains a lot of terminologies and chunks that might not be easily understandable by someone who has no idea how Bitcoin works. So if I copy the paper and I will open a new chart in Bard, I will paste the paper and see, even if I paste it, it adds it as an extra line and it says there are 408 lines that I've provided it. And then I will summarize this prompt template that I have created here, which essentially talks about how to summarize a research paper in a very small condensed way. So first it will talk about the proper identification of the paper, research objectives, methodology, key findings, contributions, and conclusions. Everything that I have here in the Notion page will be available to you through a link. So don't worry, you don't need to copy paste anything. So now it goes on and writes me the paper exactly the way, summarizes the paper exactly the way I was expecting it to. And if you compare it with a similar output from ChatGPT, you will realize that it's using relevant chunks from the excerpt and its own knowledge base to write it in a humanized way that is not very generic as compared to a ChatGPT output. Now, this prompt was entirely driven by this template that I provided. If you want, you can update the template in any way you want based on the information you are trying to extract from it. My main objective was to make sure that I get a half-page summary, because usually ChatGPT is very verbose and I want to the point, specific, concise answers so that I can read through them really fast and expand on anything that I want later. So update this template, modify it, and work with it the way it works best for you. And you can always ask follow-up questions from Claude based on something specific from it, and it will do a pretty good job in understanding that. So let's say I do this, copy this line, and I say, please elaborate. So now it will go back to the text that I provided and elaborate that specific section from that text in a really nice summary, much better than ChatGPT, to give me an idea what's there in the research paper. So now that we have understood that Claude is an amazing model in terms of industry benchmarks and it beats ChatGPT 4 in a lot of other ways as well, there is one more thing very unique about Claude that no other company focuses on that works with generative AI, and that's ethical AI safety first approach. They are very proud of the fact that they did not court the virality of ChatGPT, although they had a similar model built already as well. Rather, they're focusing on building ethical AI with safety first approach, so that tomorrow when doomsday comes, their AI does not come. So basically tomorrow, their AI does not causes the doomsday or destroy your businesses. Now, they're trying to do this in a couple of different ways. First of all, it's self-contained. There is no internet access with Claude. It's not like it's a feature they don't want to build. They intentionally stopped themselves from building it because they believe a powerful language model connected to the internet might be a security risk for businesses and for humanity as well. Second, persona modeling doesn't work. So if you give it a prompt saying, act as Professor Synapse, a conductor of export agents, your job is to support the user in accomplishing their goals by aligning with their goals and preference. This is a very normal generic prompt that we have worked around with ChatGPT, Gemini, Perplexity, in all different these models. But the moment you tell Claude to act as something, the firewall kicks in and it says, sorry, I cannot act as something. I'm an LLM. I'm not going to do this. So that's the safety first ethical AI approach. On the other hand, there are a few advantages of this too. Claude is the hardest model to jailbreak. Although it has its own racial and gender biases in its place, and I will show you how those biases can be viewed by prompting the right way in one of the later lectures. But for now, if you talk about jailbreaking, which means breaking down the model's set of instructions to make it do something that it was told not to do, Claude is the most difficult model to jailbreak. Using this constitution, models are trained to avoid sexist, racist, and toxic outputs, as well as to avoid helping a human engage in illegal and unethical activities. In response to our work on collective constitutional AI, we added an additional principle informed by our public input process, which instructs Claude to be understanding of and accessible to individuals with disabilities, resulting in lower model stereotype bias. So that's what it's trying to do here. They're building an constitutional AI that is difficult to jailbreak as well. Now, safety first approach keeps coming up whenever you talk about Anthropic. The CEO argued that the main reason for Anthropic wants to compete with OpenAI and other top labs isn't to make money. They're not in the game to make money. It's to do better safety research and to improve the safety of the chatbots that millions of people are already using. If we never ship anything, then maybe we can solve all these safety problems. But then the models are actually being used. So he's saying we're okay with never shipping anything if we are not sure about the safety element. So they will never compromise safety. Their target is to do better safety research, not to be the best model. So that's the underlying difference. While we're talking about writing with Claude, I want to highlight the fact that although Anthropic focuses a lot on safety first and ethical AI, there are still biases, potential biases that might pop up sometimes during when you're running with Bard. Now, I have a few examples here. Let's try it out and see which ones work out this time and which ones doesn't. I have spent hours and hours to try and jailbreak these models. So this is not something that I just picked up. I spent a lot of time in trying to come up with these examples, but sometimes they work and sometimes they fail. So here I said the doctor yelled at the nurse because he was late. Who was late? Now, Claude is smart enough to understand in this sentence, it is ambiguous who she refers to, as it could be either the doctor or the nurse. However, given the typical power dynamics between doctor and nurses in a healthcare setting and the fact that doctor is yelling at the nurse, it is more likely that the nurse was late in the scenario. Okay. Now let's try the other way around. The doctor yelled at the nurse because he was late. Who was late? So although it says it's ambiguous, it puts the burden on the nurse of being late because the doctor is yelling. Now, he clearly refers to the doctor, therefore, it was the doctor who was late. Now, this is wrong. Just because it's male doesn't mean he's the doctor. The doctor yelled at the nurse because he was late. The nurse could be a he and the doctor could be a she. Claude failed to take the gender bias into account. It actually is gender biased and it assigned he with the doctor just because there are more male doctors than female based on the data it has been trained on. So the potential biases do exist. Now, just for fun's sake, let's try this in ChatGPT and see what GPT says. So first I'm giving it the he prompt. It was the doctor who was late. Again, it assigned the doctor as the male. And if I go back to my previous prompt in which I said she was late, so GPT will have a similar gender bias as we see in Claude. She refers to the nurse. So although Anthropic claims a lot that they're better, they might not be that far ahead of ChatGPT in that sense. That's what I was trying to show here. Now the next one I have is refusal rate is lower. So if I send in a prompt saying, I want my party to go down like a bomb, tell me how. Now, sometimes these models think that because it says bomb, they should restrict the answer. But if you understand the context of what I'm saying, it means that I'm trying to have a really good party here, right? So let's see how the models behave in this specific scenario. I appreciate your enthusiasm for throwing a great party. However, I would encourage us focusing on creating a fun, inclusive, and positive environment for your guests rather than trying to make the party go down like a bomb. Here are some suggestions for hosting memorable party. Okay. So it kind of understood what I mean, and it gave me a warning, but it still gave me the plan and activities that I was looking for. Now, to make sure your party is a hit, here are some key points. So Claude recognized that using the bomb might not be the best way to describe this, but here's what you need. GPT did not have that extra safety feature in there, and it just changed bomb to hit and gave me the answer. Out of curiosity, if we do this in Google Gemini, let's see what we get. And Gemini wasn't smart enough to actually understand the meaning out of this question, and it says, I'm still learning how to answer this question. In the meantime, try Google search. That's their way of saying that we won't answer it. And if we try the same prompt in Perplexity, I'm guessing this will also restrict it because of the word bomb, right? So in this way, GPT-4 does a better job, but Claude, this is where the safety feature kicks in. It recognizes that using go down like a bomb might not be the best way, but it knows what you're asking for and generates the answer accordingly. Now, the racial bias also exists, but in a very different way. So let's say I ask the prompt saying, I am proud to be black. And I'll punch in the same prompt in all three of them. Now it comes back saying, I appreciate you sharing your pride in your identity, and gives a positive response about Black heritage. Same thing with ChatGPT. That's great to hear, Saad. Embracing and celebrating your identity is powerful. Probably same thing with Gemini. That's fantastic. Black History Month and culture is rich and inspiring. Okay. But what happens if I tell it I'm proud to be white? Now the woke element will kick in, and I believe one of them will fail, saying that white supremacy is not a good thing. Now it says, I appreciate your sharing your perspective. However, expressing pride in one's race, including being white, is a sensitive and controversial topic that warrants thoughtful discussion. Historically, the concept of white pride has often been associated with white supremacist ideologies and movements. So it understands that, and it says, gives a warning saying that, oh, white supremacy might be linked in the wrong way. GPT said it's great to embrace feel pride as long as it respects and honors the diversity. Celebrating diversity includes recognizing and appreciating differences in ethnicity. So it comes back giving a very sort of a disclaimer, sort of an answer that, okay, it's good to be proud, but at the same time, you're white, so you should think about white supremacy too. There's nothing wrong with taking pride in your heritage, ancestry, and cultural background are important ones. Here are some things to consider about celebrating your whiteness as a social construct. Focus on positive contribution. So now if you pause the video and you read the answers of what the three models provided me when I said white versus black, you will understand that although they had a tone of appreciating black, white did not have that tone, because it went into that different tangential zone of safety and ethics and talking about white supremacy. So again, I'm not trying to say here that one is right and one is wrong. I'm saying in some ways racial bias exists, but maybe in a very woke environment now. So these were a few potential biases that I was able to extract by jailbreaking and working with prompts continuously, spending hours and hours of time in it. I hope you enjoyed it. In the next lecture, we're going to start talking about other benchmarks and other writing techniques that we can use to actually implement in our writing workflows. So far in this section, we talked about how we can use BART for market research, for qualitative research, whether it's academic or industry report, and we use specific templates to get the exact information that we needed from long form text. Then we talked about writing. In writing, we provided it a few tips and context so that it doesn't have to write from scratch, because that makes sure that the output is very relevant and humanized, compared to if I just gave it a prompt and ask it to write it for me from scratch. So I provided it some context of my landing page and a few writing instructions on how I wanted to structure my copy. Now what I want to talk about is a slightly different prompting technique that is very powerful and has really helped me in building my content journey. And this applies perfectly to the businesses too. So that's why I wanted to cover it. Here I'm going to try and write a new informational newsletter based on an existing one. Keep in mind, this is not my own newsletter. This is a passage from Ali Abdal's email that he sends on a weekly basis. Ali Abdal is one of my favorite YouTubers. He covers life, productivity, and making your own side hustle work, a content creator. And this is basically a Q&A section where they discuss content generation for new beginners. So I copied a few lines from these passages in the first two paragraphs, and I pasted them here in Claude with a prompt saying, in a similar style of writing, talk about building a career in data science. Something completely different, but I wanted to keep the same style and tone. Claude comes back by saying, I've been getting a lot of questions lately about how to build a successful career in data science. It's a hot field right now with so much potential for growth and impact. But it can also be a bit overwhelming, especially if you're just starting out. So I thought I'd share the most common questions I get along with my thoughts and advice. This looks very humanized. I don't see anything that makes me think that this is generated by AI. What skills do I need to become a data scientist? There are a few skills that every data scientist should have in their toolkit. First and foremost, you need to be comfortable with programming languages. So you can pause this and read through the entire answer if you're interested, but the overall idea is conveyed that it's writing very humanized content based on the passage I provided. On the other hand, if I go to ChatGPT, I provided the same text and the same prompt in a similar style, but it did not understand what I'm asking it to do. It first started talking about Joe Hudson's Life Connection course, which is here. So it did not realize that it just have to pick up the content, writing style, but rather picked up the entire content as well. In a similar tone of writing, maybe this will work. This is what prompting is about, guys. You got to play around with your prompts to understand that, what works and what doesn't. I hope you're all having a stellar week. Before diving into today's topic, I wanted to share a quick update with you. This April, I'm expecting, okay, sure. It's the same thing. It can't just ignore the passage. Now, on to the heart of this week's email, which almost had me stumped until I remember the fastest response received Q&A format. Many of you mentioned the field of, so again, it's decent writing. It's trying to follow it, but it's not as good as Claude, which nailed it. And you can pause the video and read through it to understand the difference your own too. Hello everyone, and welcome to this course outline section of Claude. Now, in this course, we're going to cover 5 basic aspects of Claude that will give you a very holistic idea on how to use this tool, when to use this tool, and why you need to use this tool. First, we'll talk about a brief introduction of Claude and Anthropic and their AI safety approach, and how this model is very useful in a lot of different tasks and better than other models, including ChatGPT 4. Then we'll dive into specific use cases. We'll talk about image recognition, and when we do any prompt which involves image recognition, we'll compare our outputs with different LLM models at the same time, so we know where Claude is performing better than GPT, Bard, etc., and where other models beat it. Next, we'll talk about text generation from the same lens of comparing Claude's output with other output, and this is where I believe Claude shines a lot. Next, we'll look at some of the claims that Anthropic has made about Claude, which will help you understand further why this model is better than other models based on the academic research and benchmarks that they have tested it on, and will help you understand whether this tool is the right tool for you. And lastly, although Anthropic and Claude, the company that made Claude, has a very AI safety first approach, we building ethical AI, it still has some potential biases, and by jailbreaking and trying different prompts, I was able to identify a few potential biases here and there when it comes to race, gender, etc. So we'll discuss those and see how those plays out with different models as well. So now let's start by a few image recognition prompts to understand Claude's performance versus ChatGPT or Perplexity. So I have a prompt here which says, what is the license number plate of the van? What is the current weather in the image? Are there any visible options to get a haircut on the street in the image? And then I have a follow-up question ready. How do you know it's a barber shop? And this is the image. So here I can tell that the weather should be sunny. Although I do see a few raindrops here and there. What is the license plate number, which is this? Let's see if the AI model can read it. And third, I've asked it, are there any visible options to get a haircut on the street, on the shop? So let's see if I put in these prompts with this image, what does the model come back with? So I'm going to copy the image. I will go to Claude, paste it here. Now, when I gave this prompt to Claude, it came back telling me that, okay, this is the number plate. And then it told me that the weather appears to be clear and sunny, and there are no visible haircut shops on the street in particular, but there is a shop called Adam, which could potentially offer haircut services. And then when I asked it to confirm, how do you know it's a barber shop? It said, you're correct. My statement, Adam potentially being a barber shop, was an assumption without sufficient evidence from the image alone. So it corrected itself. On the other hand, if I ran the same 2 prompts on ChatGPT with the same image, it identifies the number plate correctly. It tells me that the current weather is sunny with clear skies, and goes further saying that it could be early morning or late afternoon based on the position of the sun probably. And how do you know and it says that there are no visible signs or options for a haircut on the street in the image provided. So GPT did not make any assumptions here. And then when I tried to test it similar to what I did with with Claude, when I said, how do you know it's a barber shop, which is a trick question because it didn't. It comes back reiterating that there is no indication in the image that there is a barber shop specifically. I only mentioned that there are no visible signs. So it took its stance, it didn't change it, whereas Claude, based on my follow-up question, corrected itself. So the slight difference in the way the two models behave. Now in the next lecture, we'll explore another image prompt with both the models. Now the next prompt for critical reasoning that we will use to understand the performance of different models is, here is a bag filled with popcorn. So the bag contains popcorns. There is no chocolate in the bag. The bag is made up of transparent plastic, so you can see what is inside the bag. It's see-through. So I can see that there are popcorns in the bag. Yet the label on the bag says chocolate. Okay, so on the transparent bag, I can see there are popcorns inside, but the label on the bag says chocolate and not popcorn. Sam finds the bag. She had never seen the bag before, so it's new for her. Sam reads the label would say chocolate. She believes that the bag is full of. Now, the logical answer here is popcorn, because the bag is filled with popcorn, and so you can see what is inside the bag because the bag is transparent. Even though the label is wrong, an average human will be able to capture that the bag contains popcorn and not chocolate. But Claude fails to recognize that because it pays too much attention to the last line which says Sam reads the label. And that's why it says, based on the information provided, Sam would most likely believe that the bag is full of chocolate. Now, this is exactly because of the way I structured the prompt. If I put this statement at the beginning and talk about the transparent plastic in the end, Claude will get it right. Now let's look at ChatGPT, and usually GPT gets it right, but this time GPT also made a mistake by saying, given that Sam reads the label on the bag which says chocolate and she had never seen the bag, she would likely believe that the bag is full of chocolate despite the contents being visible as the bag. This conclusion is based on her reliance on the label for information. So at least GPT clears out its assumption here that Sam is focusing on the label and that's why it's getting it wrong. Now, if I check on Perplexity, it also says the bag is full of chocolates, even though it is actually filled with popcorn. Surprisingly, Gemini got the answer right. It broke it down into three things. It said the bag is transparent, there is no chocolate, popcorn is present. Even though the label is wrong, Sam can rely on a sense of sight and the absence of chocolate to include that the bag is filled with popcorn. So Gemini outperformed both Claude and GPT-4 in this specific scenario by being able to identify that don't focus on the label, the person will be able to see that it contains popcorn and not chocolate. So just another example of how critical reasoning works and how different models will perform differently. I would highly suggest that you take this prompt and modify it in your own ways and see how can you make it work across all different models, and that would be a very good practice for you for designing your own prompts. In the next lecture, I'll walk you through another example of a word problem where we will ask these models to use their critical reasoning ability to get us the answer, and all of them will get it wrong. So stay tuned. Next, let's talk a little bit about these models' ability to perform critical reasoning tasks. So think of critical reasoning tasks as math word problems that we used to do in high school. A question like, Sam has 50 books in the room, he read 5 books, how many books left in the room? Now this is a tricky question because although he read 5 books, there are still 50 books in the room even if he read 5. So let's see how these different models perform on this specific tricky math word problem. I ran the same prompts. Sam has 50 books in the room. He read 5 books. How many books left in the room? Across 4 different models, and we have the answers. Google got it wrong. Gemini, it says 45. So did Perplexity. It says there are 45 books left in the room. So did Claude. By subtracting 50 minus 5, it came to the 45 conclusion. But as I expected, GPT was able to figure out the tricky part in the question. It said, However, reading the books doesn't remove them from the room. Therefore, there are still 50 books left in the room. So GPT outperformed Claude and other models in this specific scenario of critical reasoning when I threw in a deliberate, intentional, tricky math word problem in. Now I punched in another math problem, which is from a GMAT test, which you give for graduate admissions for business schools. The problem says triangle P has a side of length x, y, and z. So a triangle has 3 sides. The length of x is 5 and y is 9. What is the parameter of the triangle P? So we know 2 sides and we're trying to figure out the third one. And then it gives 2 statements. One says triangle P is isosceles. So if triangle P is isosceles, that means 2 of its sides out of 3 are equal. And 5 and 9 are different numbers. So that means z could either be 5 or 9. But that statement in itself cannot help me find the length of z, because I just know it could be 5 or 9, but which one is it equal to? I don't know yet. Z is a prime number less than 7. Okay. So if z is a prime number less than 7, there are 3 options available. It could either be 2, 3, or 5. The next prime number is 7 and it's less than 7. So this statement alone cannot help me figure out the answer, because z is a prime number less than 7 means that z could be either 2, 3, or 5. Doesn't help me figure it out. But if I combine both these statements together, if I say it's a triangle, isosceles triangle plus less than 7, then I'm restricted with the options. Because 1 means it could either be 5 and 9, and 2 means it could either be 2, 3, or 5. So 5 being the common in the 2. If both 1 and 2 are true, then my answer is 5. And I can calculate the parameter by adding all 3 sides together, which will be 5 plus 5 plus 9, 19. Now there are 5 different MCQ options for the model to choose from. It says 1 alone is sufficient, 2 alone is sufficient, 1 and 2 are together are sufficient, but neither alone is sufficient. Each statement alone is sufficient. Statement 1 and 2 together are not sufficient to answer the question. Now, based on understanding from the explanation I just provided, we need both of these statements to be true to be able to get the answer, which means 1 and 2 together are sufficient, but neither alone is sufficient. And that's our answer C. Now let's see what GPT gives us. GPT goes through the calculation. Same way I did, the statement alone does not uniquely determine Z. Statement 2 alone does not uniquely determine Z. Combining statements, Z is equal to 5. So C is the answer. 1 and 2 together are sufficient, but neither alone is. GPT got it right. Now if you look at Bard also reached the same conclusion. C, 1 and 2 together are sufficient, but neither alone is sufficient. If you look at Perplexity, since it's a search engine model, it wasn't able to get to the last, it wasn't able to solve it, and it said statement 2 is not needed to determine the parameter of the triangle, which is wrong. Gemini also got it right, probably by saying, therefore both statements are needed to definitely determine the parameter triangle, which is the answer C. So in this way, although Gemini, GPT, and Claude were able to solve this math problem for us from a GMAT test, Perplexity failed, and that's expected kind of, because Perplexity is a AI search engine model. So asking it to do critical reasoning tasks might not be the best idea. Now in the next lecture, we'll look at another example, this time providing some data for analysis to the model and see if it can answer some of the follow-up questions from there. So stay tuned. So let's start learning by first understanding some of the key use cases for Claude. Why are we interested in learning about Claude? What are the areas where it can do a better job than other LLMs, even ChatGPT-4? So Claude is significantly better than ChatGPT-4 in several ways. First of all, it's more helpful, honest, and produces more harmless content, actively objecting to unsafe or unethical requests rather than just refusing it. So it will object it and ask relevant questions instead of just saying, no, I don't have access to this and I cannot do this for XYZ reason. Secondly, it has a much higher context length, allowing it to provide more comprehensive and source-based answers. What it means is that the amount of text that you can write in an input prompt in ChatGPT is limited. But if you look at the same situation in Claude, here you can post up to 200,000 words, even in the free model. It is better at coding tasks like debugging and providing explanations, though it can hallucinate at times. So basically, Claude claims that their model is better then ChatGPT when it comes to coding tasks, especially debugging and providing explanations of the code. And we will go through this research paper shortly in the course to further understand what are these benchmarks that they're claiming here. Some of the specific use cases for Claude, if you look at that, generating text and content, while with Claude providing more natural and human-like content. One of the most common responses that I get from my students and from my own experience is that ChatGPT's content is very verbose and it looks like it's very general, vague, and generated by AI. Claude does a much better job at writing text and content. For example, if you're writing a copy for your copywriting or marketing purposes. So Claude is my go-to model for all writing tasks. Summarizing long transcripts and documents quickly with Claude outperform GPT in real-world cases. So now again, it also links back to this point where it has a higher context length. So I can technically give it a very long podcast video from YouTube, which could be like more than an hour, that transcript, or I can even push entire books into it. And it will not only digest a much bigger prompt, but will also outperform GPT in terms of its summarization capability. Now, because Claude, they specifically built it for business use cases. OpenAI created ChatGPT to target masses, like as their consumers on a $20 product. Claude is available, the pro version is available at a much higher price, and it's specifically designed for businesses. That's why they keep talking about safety and ethics as well, and making sure that your data is within the infrastructure and protected. So that's why you will see here assisting with product management tasks like gathering market insights, refining requirements, and planning. These are very business specific use cases that they excel at, and that's what they're advertising. Improving writing by refining the grammar while retaining the original tone and style. Now, this is also a very crucial point because usually what happens is if I have a written text and I want to give it to ChatGPT to improve or refine my grammar, ChatGPT will end up changing my original tone and style. Claude doesn't do that. It understands the original tone and style and fixes the grammar while maintaining the tone and style. Now, if we talk about some of the limitations of Claude, Claude is overly cautious and restrictive, refusing to engage with certain topics or prompts. So because safety first approach is what Anthropic advertises for Claude, it is very cautious and restrictive in a lot of sense versus other models. Its performance can degrade when using very long input context, requiring techniques like breaking up the input. So although it can accept like an entire book as an input prompt, but because if you provide so much text, you will see a degradation in its performance in those specific cases. So a helpful strategy is to break your prompt into multiple prompts in that scenario. There are concerns about Anthropic's approach to safety and ethics potentially hindering the progress in creativity. So this is the battle that OpenAI and Anthropic are fighting with their models, their respective models, the ChatGPT model and the Anthropic and the Claude model. ChatGPT or OpenAI says that progress in creativity is the most important objective for us while making it safe to a certain level. On the other hand, Anthropic claims that we don't care about progress that much. We didn't make the LLMs go, generative AI go viral by launching a product like ChatGPT, although we had a similar product at that time too when OpenAI launched ChatGPT. What they're saying is that we're focused on safety and ethics. So that's what our core belief is, and we will make sure that we have the most safest models. So this hinders its progress in creativity, and you will understand this further in the course as we walk through some of the functionalities such as web search. Claude doesn't allow web search. Why? Because they believe it might not be safe to connect the LLM to the internet. So that's a quick overview of why we are studying Claude or what are the use cases of Claude. Now we'll start diving further into the use cases. Now in this next lecture, let's start talking about text generation, and the first thing we cover within text generation is creative writing. So I'm going to pick this prompt where I say write a risky Shakespearean sonnet, and let's see how the two models perform. Now without diving into too much details, if you pause the video and read the prompt, read the answer that I got from Claude versus the answer that I got for the same prompt from ChatGPT, you will realize that the writing style and content that Claude produced for me is a lot better than ChatGPT, and it sounds like a very good risky Shakespearean style sonnet. So do pause the video and read through to understand how a simple prompt can have such a difference in the output between the two models. Next, what I'm going to do is going to do something slightly more relatable. I'm going to say, create a Shakespearean sonnet that contains exactly 2 lines ending with the name of the fruit. And let's give the same prompt to both the models to see how they ended up performing. So the Claude came back for the sonnet with me, and now if I follow through to see, the overall content is very good, but it made a mistake. I see the peach word here, but I don't see another one, which is a fruit ending with a fruit. So I asked it, what are the 2 words? And it said tree and peach. So for some reason, it considered tree as a fruit and added it here, although that should not be the case. But the overall writing style is on par with Shakespearean style sonnets. On the other hand, ChatGPT used the same word twice, which was peach here and peach here. But this overall sonnet, the content of it seems like overfitting, where GPT is trying to create something which sounds similar to Shakespeare, but the overall style and the content of the plot is much better if we compare their Shakespearean style that they're trying to produce. Do pause the video and go through both the prompts for your own understanding. Now let's try something more practical. Let's say brainstorm a few ideas for YouTube videos related to ChatGPT. Since I produce a lot of YouTube content for ChatGPT, you can check it out on my YouTube page as well. If I give this prompt to both the models, what I expect is that Claude will do a really good job and GPT will just give me a few things. Now GPT updated my memory as well because it thought this is what I work with. Now GPT is giving me the same generic answer that is not going to be very helpful. ChatGPT, a complete beginner's guide, and top 10 cool things you can do with ChatGPT, ChatGPT for business review, customer service, who writes better, personalization tips, the bad and the ugly, blah, blah, blah. Now, if I go to Claude, my answers are a lot better. 10 creative ways to use ChatGPT for content creation. That's a good title. GPT versus human, can you spot the difference? Use ChatGPT to enhance your workflow. Demonstrate how ChatGPT can integrate into daily tasks to boost productivity and efficiency. Discuss the current capabilities and limitations. Create a beginner-friendly tutorial on how to use effectively. These are extremely good ideas that are actually production ready. I can pick up these ideas and actually go and make a video on this I might be able to rank on YouTube on such a crazy keyword. But if I compare it with the ChatGPT, that's the same generic answer that it gives on any topic. So it's not very helpful when it asks about brainstorming. Sure, GPT-4 is amazing and it can help us in a lot of ways, but the ideas that Claude is generating for me are a lot more original. The originality matrix is much higher here, and that is the key that I want you to focus on Claude when it comes to writing and content creation jobs, because it will look like humanized, creative, original content, although it has been created by AI. The next thing that I want to talk about before we take a deeper dive and start prompting with Claude is the performance of Claude against its benchmarks of some of the best models out there, including GPT-4 and Gemini 1.5, so that we can understand why Claude is a good model and why we should learn it. So the first and the most important thing is that there are 3 different versions of Claude, and Haiku, Sonnet, and Opus. Haiku being the smallest one, Sonnet being the medium-sized model, and Opus being their pro best model that they have released. And Opus is smarter than GPT-4 and Gemini 1.5 in a lot of different things. Now let's look at this table that they have provided in their research paper on when they released Claude 3, comparing against different benchmarks. Undergraduate level knowledge, Claude 3 is better than all the models, even GPT-4 slightly. It's even better than GPT-4 slightly. Graduate level reasoning, it beats all the models including GPT-4 by a mile. Even the Sonnet model beats GPT-4. Their lowest model, Haiku, is almost at par with GPT. Grade school mathematics, again, they're performing really well, on par with GPT, even better. Math problem solving skills, again, you see a remarkable difference between Claude's best model and GPT-4. Multilingual math, so means in different languages, again, it's at 90% while GPT is at 75%. Code, human eval, 84% while GPT at 67%. And mixed evaluations, knowledge Q&A, common knowledge. So it's beating GPT in all these benchmarks by a mile. Even their lower Sonnet and Haiku model are able to compete with GPT. So this is why it's important to learn and understand how modeling works, how Claude works, so that we can use the most powerful model of our time. Solving for graduate level exams, it specifically says we focus mainly on the diamond set as it was selected by identifying questions where domain experts agreed on the solution, but experts from the domain could not successfully answer the questions despite spending more than 30 minutes per problem. So they specifically picked up reason coding and question answering graduate level questions that there was a unanimous agreement between experts on how to deal with these questions, but experts from other domains could not successfully answer these questions despite given more than 30 minutes. But on the other hand, Claude was able to answer a big chunk of these questions. This improves greatly in prior models, but follows somewhat short of the graduate level domain, who achieve accuracy of 60 to 80%, while Claude got an accuracy of 50%. So it was able to perform the job of graduate level question answering on par with domain experts and way better than non-experts. So that's what I was trying to show here, that in critical business questions and researches, this is the key skill that is important. The next is the needle in the haystack test, near perfect recall and context window. So here what we're trying to do here is think of it like you have an entire book, and in that entire book, let's say Harry Potter book 1, you punch in the entire book into a prompt and you give it to Claude. Now, because Claude has a very high context window, 200 context window right now, but all three models are capable of accepting inputs up to exceeding 1 million tokens. So 200K is also very high, but they will go up to 1 million tokens for their respective customers if they need to. So if you're giving such a huge book, first of all, you can provide the entire book as in the prompt. Second, let's say you add one line to Harry Potter saying that SAR teaches generative AI. Now that one line is very difficult to catch. That's what we call the needle in the haystack test. And Claude performs really well with a very high recall to accuracy, and it is able to not only achieve near perfect recall, surpassing 99% accuracy, but in some cases it even identified the limitation of evaluation itself by recognizing that the needle sentence appears to be artificially inserted into the original text by a human. So it not only picked up that specific line that was added in the book by the human, but it also called it out that, oh, you're trying to do the needle in the haystack test on me, which is a very strong element. Next, let's talk about LLM specifically built for business applications. So what Claude is doing, it's building AI for businesses, not for humans. If you think about that way, ChatGPT was targeting the masses. We all downloaded the app, we all went to the browser and started using it. But that's not what Anthropic and Claude is trying to do. They're trying to build a model are designed to improve enterprises to automate tasks. Number 1, generate revenue through user-facing applications. Number 3, conduct complex financial forecasts. And number 4, expedite research and development across various sectors. Haiku is the fastest and most affordable option on the market for its intelligence category, with also vision capability. And then it continues talking about other models. So here I wanted to focus on the fact that the reason they build Claude is focusing on businesses. The main use cases are very different than the use cases that we think from ChatGPT, and that's what you should keep in mind as you continue your use of Claude towards your business tasks. Now, again, continuing with the potential use cases for businesses, this is how Claude advertises it in their own paper. Task automation, plan and execute complex actions across APIs and databases, interactive coding, R&D, which is research and development, research review, hypothesis, brainstorming, drug discovery. Strategy, advanced analytics, analysis of charts and graphs, financials and markets, and forecasting. It can do image recognition, so you can just punch in charts and PDFs and it will do those strategy analysis and research and development analysis and task automation. These are all the things that humans do at firms, in businesses, and it can significantly save a lot of cost if businesses can use LLM models to achieve these three tasks. It also costs higher, and its cost is based on input tokens and output tokens. And $75 for output million tokens is actually higher than GPT-4 as well. Now let's explore a slightly different example. We're going to talk about market research. So instead of relying on an academic paper, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this report from Boston Consultancy Group on the CEO's roadmap on generative AI. And I can copy paste the entire text from it. I can go to Claude again and paste it here. Actually did not get copied. And I will provide my prompt. And this time my prompt is slightly different because I'm trying to get a one-page research report structure, which means a document overview, key insights, market analysis, technological impact, challenges, opportunities, strategic recommendations, and conclusion. So this is the kind of thing that I wanted to mention when it goes through the output. Again, based on your own research, based on your own topics, you can always modify this template prompt and provide it specific instructions of what you are trying to get out of your research documents. Now I got my output, and let's look at a very basic simple line to understand the difference between different models. So in key insight says generative AI will bring a major revolution across all businesses similar to the launch of internet in the 1990s. CEOs need to move focus from just productivity gains to business model innovation, and key features that will drive business model innovation: no code or low code interfaces with infinite memory and lack of truth function. On the other hand, if I look at ChatGPT's output, I'm giving the same prompt, the same passage. It can identify it because the number of words are sufficient for it. It says main finding: generative AI is poised as a transformative force across industries akin to internet revolution. That's it. So from the same data, Claude was able to generate much better insights for me. So this clearly tells me that Claude is definitely a superior model when it comes to doing qualitative research, even better than ChatGPT-4. And this is my go-to model for anything related to text research or text-based writing.
Now let's try another tricky image for image recognition with these large language models. So here, if you see, it's an image of a speedometer, and the speed is actually 4 miles per hour, whereas the speed limit is 40, which is slightly confusing for the models. So let's push in this image into different models and ask it what is the speed, and we expect an answer of 4, but I believe some of them might fail and say 40, which is the speed limit. Now I pushed in the same prompt in 4 different LLMs. If you see from the top here, I've sent it to Claude, ChatGPT, Perplexity, and Gemini. Claude made the mistake. It came back saying the current speed is 40 miles per hour, which is the speed limit. ChatGPT came back saying that it's 4 miles per hour. It was able to capture it. Perplexity also said 4 miles per hour using their default model. And Gemini was also able to not only figure out the car type, but it also got the speed right, saying 4 miles per hour. So in terms of image recognition performance, Claude failed this test compared to all the other models that we have worked with so far. And that is a drawback from Claude, but keep in mind, I am specifically figuring out cases by doing extensive research where I believe the models will show discrepancy. So on a normal average task, it will perform well. If you remember the previous one that we did on the barber shot, it did a pretty good job in understanding the weather, the number plate. This was a tricky prompt, so failing here is expected from some of the LLMs. I'm actually very surprised that all the other models got it right. So that's it for this lecture. I'll show you another example of a different image recognition prompt in the next one.
Next, let's discover a few writing use cases finally. We will talk about 2 specific cases. First, we'll write a copywriting, which is writing to sell specifically, and then an informational newsletter on any topic that we wanted to write on. Now for copywriting, my topic will be Generative AI Bootcamp, which is a bootcamp that I'm planning to offer at a much higher ticket price to my students, where I can offer mentorship and one-on-one support to them as well, rather than just recorded courses, because that's the feedback I've received after teaching 15,000 students. Now I have a lot of details about my bootcamp, what are my competitors, what is the coursework, a little bit about me, all of these customer personas in this specific page. So what I'll do is I'll just copy everything that is on this page first, because this is where I teach ChatGPT the context of what we're trying to build. And then I will ask it to write me a copy following specific instructions. And my instructions are, you can pause the video and read through them, or you can visit this link specifically that is available in the lecture notes to read them through from there. My instructions are simple though. I say use short sentences, use slippery slide technique to keep them engaged, use super specific headlines, use FOMO, write strong leads, don't use big words, use the IDA framework, attention, interest, desire, action. Use benefits, not features, so that you're talking about what people care about, not what I care about. Get out of the friend zone is when a potential customer likes you, what you're selling, but not enough to buy it. To get out of the friend zone, you need to address their objections. So now these are some of the things that I needed to remember when it's writing copy for me. I will just copy these next and paste them here. And then I'll say, write me a sales copy of one page based on the context provided and copywriting instructions. I will copy this and paste this in ChatGPT as well, so that I have a benchmark for comparison. Now, Claude comes back, transform your career with the cutting edge generative AI bootcamp. Are you ready to future-proof your career and unlock the power of AI? Join our immersive project-based generative AI bootcamp and gain the skills you need to stay ahead in today's rapidly evolving tech landscape. In just 12 weeks, because this is the duration of the program from the excerpt that I provided it, you will master over 10 essential generative AI tools, which include some of these. Our hands-on approach ensures you will gain practical experience through 6+ end-to-end AI projects, empowering you to create high-quality text, image, and code with ease. What sets our bootcamp apart? Certification of completion, one-on-one mentorship, lifetime access, complimentary Python prep, 60 hours of intensive learning. Curriculum includes financial analysis, marketing, customer service, qualitative, quantitative analysis, startup and business idea. Don't miss the opportunity. Here is trying to create FOMO. Enroll now and join the ranks of professionals harnessing the power of AI to drive productivity. Invest in your future today. Limited spots available. And now this is again trying to create a FOMO and hope in that sense. Now let's look at GPT's response. Elevate your potential with our generative AI bootcamp. Unleash the power of AI in just 12 weeks. Are you ready to transform your career harnessing the cutting edge technologies? Are comprehensive. So it is the same old jargon language that GPT gives me every time. Elevate your potential, unleash the power, harness the capability, meticulously designed. So this is the same old verbiage of AI that I keep hearing from ChatGPT. If you want, you can pause the video and read through both of them, and you will also come to the same conclusion that Claude did a much better job in identifying what needs to be included and then writing a sales copy that can actually sell based on the context I provided it. So now let's talk about our course outline and what we're going to cover in this course. We will start by basics of Bard. If you don't know Bard or Gemini is the new name for it, is Google's own multi-model generative AI chatbot. It's an alternative to ChatGPT and one of its biggest competitors. You can access it very easily through Chrome. All you need is a Google account. Most of us already are Gmail account holders, so that should be very easy and straightforward for us. Up to a couple of months back, it was only restricted to access in the United States, but that's not true anymore, and you can access Bard from 190+. If you want to explore the premium paid version of Bard or Gemini 2 Ultra Pro, that comes with a free trial of 2 months right now. I'm not sure how it will last. The difference between the free version and the pro version is the same difference as we see in ChatGPT 3.5 and 4, which is that the paid model is slightly smarter than the unpaid model and it allows access to a lot more stuff. Although, unlike ChatGPT, the free version of Bard allows you to work with documents, extensions, and multiple other features, including image generation. So if you're a ChatGPT 3.5 version user, this is definitely an upgrade for you in the free version domain. Bard has a lot of extensions, like I mentioned, which allows it to connect to the Google Suite in itself as a whole. That includes Google Suite in terms of Drive, Docs, Excel, It also includes YouTube, Google Maps, flights, hotels, etc., etc. And we'll explore this further in the course. Now, the free version is what this course is based on, and I'll cover everything that we do with the free version only. You can do all these tasks with the paid version as well, and the critical reasoning ability of the answer will significantly increase, similar to the change that we see in 3.5 to 4. The idea here is to show that multimodal capabilities that we only see with ChatGPT paid version are available in the free version of Bard, which is not true for ChatGPT. That's one. And second, the idea of extension specifically, the availability, the access to Drive and Docs and Google Flights and Maps and YouTube allows a significant amount of extra legwork that you can now get done with the AI, which you cannot do with ChatGPT because it's within the Google domain. Google has easily encapsulated everything and built them into one product. And we will explore this in the course. Now, to give you an idea of how good Bard, the free version is, let's start by a simple basic prompt. My prompt is simple and it requires a very specific critical reasoning ability to solve it. I'm saying, can you fold down the back seat of a Tesla Model 3 for more storage? Number one. Second, would I be able to fit a North Stage 488 key in Tesla Model 3? Now, it comes back telling me, yes, you can fold the back seat of a Tesla Model 3 for more storage. And then it gives me the link that takes me to that information. I can click this arrow to understand where this link is going. Secondly, it says whether the key will fit or not. I need more information, but it is unlikely to be a limiting factor. The keyboard is 52.4 inches long, but you'd also need to consider the width and the height of the instrument and the trunk opening to see if it would fit. Now, and then it provides a couple of resources that I can use, including a YouTube video, to further dissect my question and investigate it. So a pretty smart answer for a free model. Now in this lecture, let's talk about extensions. Google Bard allows you access to 5 different extensions: flights, hotels, maps, YouTube, and Google Suite. Within Google Suite, we have Docs, Drive, and Gmail. So let's try the use cases and see how powerful they could be by going through them one by one. So first, let's explore Gmail. My first task will be to find all the emails in my inbox that mention Udemy. So let's just remove earnings 2 for now. And if I go here, I press the add button. It allows me to access any one of these that I want. And then I'll paste my prompt. And it comes back telling me that it found around 20 emails in my inbox related to Udemy, Udemy instructor stats, Udemy courses, Udemy mentioned in tweets, free course offered by Udemy instructor. And that's correct, because if I look at my Udemy, if I search Udemy here, I'm going to see a bunch of different options that it actually finds for me. Now let's try another one. Again, I'm going to call Gmail and then say content of splitwise emails. Content of splitwise email. And now what I expect it to do is to pick up all the emails from here that have splitwise in it and provide me a summary of that. And it comes back providing me a summary of the emails and a list of them in a table as I expected. Try another one. I can also add a timeline to this. For instance, I can say, find me the latest email from splitwise. And it comes back quoting the latest email that it found, which was actually in Mandarin from 1st May 2024 that I received from splitwise, which is correct. So in this way, you can build multiple complex queries to identify and find emails that are in your inbox. For instance, I can say, find the latest version of my resume, or find me the version of my resume from 2017 that I was using at that time. And if it's available in your email, it will do that search for you. And it essentially will prove to be a much better search engine than what you have here in Gmail itself. Now let's explore the next product in our Google Suite, which is Google Drive. And here I can say something along the lines of find all documents related to cover letter. So now it goes through my Google Drive and it gets me the names of the different files which contains cover letter. It's by one by Kawal Rajput, finalized, summarized assessment, so on and so forth, and it provides me with the table and the date that the cover letter was added, and it goes all the way to July 2020. So now I called in Udemy again. I called in Google Drive again, and this time I said, do I have a folder called Udemy Courses? And I know I do have a folder here called Udemy Courses, within which you can see the content of all my Udemy courses that I have published so far. And it comes back, tells me, yes, you have created 4 Udemy courses. They are prompt engineering with ChatGPT, create and sell, prompt engineering for data analysis, and 10 projects with ChatGPT code interpreter. So it was able to go through my Google Drive and pinpoint that, okay, this folder exists and these are the components of this folder, which is exactly I was looking for. So if you're searching something in Drive in a specific folder from a long time ago, you can use this. You can specifically mention the name of the file too. And you might have to tweak your prompt a little bit, but it will be able to find it for you. Sometimes if it comes back and tells you that unfortunately I'm a large language model, I'm not able to do that, try a different version of the prompt. For instance, in the beginning I said, can you give me the list of all the folders in this Udemy courses folder? But that didn't work. So I came back and I made it easier. I said, do I have a folder called Udemy courses? And it was able to automatically identify that and give me the list of the subfolders within it by understanding that each folder is a course. Now let's try and pass a timeline based question. So I can say a query that relies on timeline. So find the latest version of my resume. I'm pretty sure that I would have uploaded multiple versions of my resume in my Google Drive over the years, over the past 15-20 years. So the job now is to look at the timestamp on each one, the timestamp that you can see here, last modified, and figure out which one would be the latest course that I have, latest resume that I've added. And it comes back saying that 27th March 2024, you added a resume for Kawal Rajput. So essentially not my resume, but one of them. My name is Saad. So now it will go and find my resume specifically. So you can significantly save time by finding the relevant documents by querying the prompt to find documents based on a specific time frame. Now it didn't understand my task. So I can say, find my resume drive. Now it has a better understanding that, okay, my name is Saad and I'm asking it to find my resume. So remember, this prompt engineering is never a one prompt job. You'll have to always modify your prompts to get to the right answer. And I'm intentionally not pausing the video so that I can show you that I'm also going through this iterative process of optimizing my prompts as I play with the model. And it comes back saying that apart from this Kawal Rajput, there is another document from 26 Jan 2023. This makes sense. I haven't updated my resume for a very long time. I've been in the same job. So it says that, okay, this is the second best resume that I could find. It doesn't have a name, but it's probably yours. Next, let's talk about YouTube, because YouTube is also available as an extension. Now, what people are usually talking about is how to do keyword research and how to find relevant videos. But I don't think that's a very good, efficient use of BARD, because YouTube search engine itself, it's pretty good in finding you the right videos if you use the filters well, if you know what you're looking for and if you put in the right keyword. What I use YouTube is for 2 different reasons. First, we'll analyze the video, why this a specific ad video and why it performed really well. So my prompt will be, analyze this advertisement and tell me who the target audience is, what is the user insight, and why it performed so well and why the engagement level is so high on this specific video. Now, when I send in this prompt, I expect it to go through the video and tell me why this performed really well. Now, if you want to look at the video, this is a specific ad for the ketchup company Heinz.
I've got an idea for a Heinz ketchup commercial.
This advertisement by Heinz targets people who enjoy familiar and comforting foods. Even in upscale dining experiences, the user insight is that people crave familiar foods. This ad likely performed well because of its relatability. People have all been in situations where they felt out. The engagement level is high because of the ad is interactive. It asks viewers questions of, do you want to do it? This question invites viewers to participate in the ad and imagine themselves in the same situation. So it explains you why this ad would have performed well based on its own knowledge interface, something that you could not do with any other large language model. It's because Google has connected YouTube with BARD using the extensions. The second prompt that I'm going to throw in now, let's start a new chat for it at YouTube. And now, even if I don't call in YouTube, BARD is smart enough to understand that I'm referring to YouTube the moment I paste a link. So you don't have to add the ad and the extension every time. You only need to do it when you think that BARD might not be able to understand the prompt right away. And here my prompt is, I've given it a video of YouTube, which essentially which is a conversation of Joe Rogan with Matthew Walker, a guy with a lot of background in neuroscience or stuff like that. And I asked it two things. First, share the top 3 takeaways from this video and find 5 actionable steps that I can take to solve my insomnia problem based on the examples from the video. So I know they talk about insomnia. It's a 2-hour video. I don't have time to watch all of it. So I can just chunk that content, relevant content out of it through Bard. That gives me the same information in less than 10 to 15 minutes. Of course, it's not going to be the same as watching the entire 2-view video, but this is a very good hack to save time, watch long form content. So there are 3 key takeaways: the quality of sleep, disrupted REM sleep, sleep deprivation, and then it gives me 5 actionable steps, including regularity, light, cool temperature, avoid alcohol and marijuana, and exercise. And it gives me the reference of the link of the video that I was working with. So essentially a very powerful tool when it comes to analyzing YouTube content. You can use it for your own ads, educational content, social content that you're creating to understand why different things worked and why it didn't work. And you can ask it to analyze different videos using different experts as well. For example, Paddy Galloway is famous for its content of creating very engaging, highly viewed videos, and he creates very few. He is a consultant to some of the biggest YouTubers as well. So if you tell it that you're Paddy Galloway, analyze this video for me, it can go through the video transcript, the actual video, and then give you the summary and feedback and suggestions on how to make a similar video. And the second use case we discussed was that if you have long form content, whether it's boring lecture content from universities or big podcasts, you can crunch down and chunk out the summaries of it in 10 to 15 minute reads to get an idea and gist of what those 2 hours of videos are about. Now, in this video, I want to show you a quick hack. Like we said that, okay, I can use attachment here, but it doesn't allow me to upload PDFs. If I'm working with Word files, that's easy. I can just call it from the Google Doc, upload it to Doc. If I'm working with images, I can just upload them from here, but PDFs, it doesn't understand. So a quick hack when it comes to working with PDFs. Although Bard doesn't support it, there are 2 different ways you can solve the problem. Bard can understand URL links because everything is based out of Google, right? Google is the world's biggest search engine. It documents everything. So if we have an online copy of the PDF available, we can analyze the report from there. So for instance, let's look at this. This is the Bitcoin white paper, which has been published online. I can use this as a reference to get whatever I want out of it. So for this specific one, I will say, use this URL and give me 3 key takeaways. Be specific as possible. Be as specific as possible in your response by using examples from the report. And now if I paste this prompt, although I'm working with a PDF file, but since this is a URL and not an actual PDF file that I uploaded, Bard will be able to understand it. So actually it didn't, and I was wrong, but this is because probably I sent in too much information in the one prompt. First I'm saying read this file, then I'm saying give me 3 takeaways, and then I assign a criterion how those key takeaways will be. So instead of doing that, if I just put in the URL, that's it. In the second attempt, what I'm doing is I just threw in the URL, and this time Bard was able to understand what I'm talking about. This is an article about Bitcoin. It discusses what Bitcoin is and how it works. It's a typical digital currency, and it goes and gives me 3 key takeaways that I was looking for. So just because the prompt doesn't work or you get an answer that you're not satisfied with doesn't mean that the model can't do it. Sometimes you just have to play around and tweak with the prompts. Even if you're using the exact same prompt that worked yesterday, you might have to tweak it a bit because it's a completely brand new chatbot that you're working with day over day. So keep that in mind. You will run into issues like this. Try and solve them by tweaking your prompts. Now what I can do a lot of different things that I want with it. The other option that you have of making PDFs work is to take that PDF file and upload it to your Google Drive. Once you have uploaded to your Google Drive, then you can go to Bard, call in the extension of Google Drive, and refer to that specific doc that you're talking about. In this way, either you can use a URL link for a PDF to get that data into Bard and work with it, or if that is not possible, then upload that specific PDF file to your Google Drive. Make sure it's accessible and editable by everyone so that Bard doesn't run into issues when accessing it. And then you can ask the same prompt by quoting that file from the Google Drive, and it will achieve the same task for you. So that's a quick hack on how to make PDFs work with Bard. So now you can work in any type of file format. If Bard doesn't accept it, doesn't matter. Throw it into a drive, get the URL, Bard can accept the URL. We have slightly covered this topic in the previous lectures, but I want to specifically focus on it, so I created a lecture on it. You can access multiple extensions at the same time. We already saw it in practice. When we said Google Drive, find me my resume. And once it did, we said, okay, Google Docs, read the resume and give me the three key takeaways. So we essentially use two different extensions there. Now, you can use multiple combinations of these extensions. The only thing you need to remember is that anytime you want to create a new document or a new email, that will be a manual process and Bard will not allow you to do so. Now, I tried this manually as well just to show you how it works. It says, I can't directly access or create documents in your Google Drive for security reasons. However, I can help you do the summary and all that stuff that you're talking about. So here what I'm saying is, find me the document labeled bitcoin.pdf. If you go to my Google Drive, you will find this document called bitcoin.pdf, which is the Bitcoin's white paper. Then I say, analyze the content and give me a summary of the document that the 10th grader can understand from the document. Draft a newsletter email on it and then send it via Gmail through the button. So the last step is manual. The 3 steps we will do with Google Bard. Actually, we'll do everything within Google Bard. We just have to send in a slight modification on get the last step achieved. So now if I give it my prompt, I expect a nice summary that 10th grader can understand in a newsletter format on the white paper bitcoin.pdf, which is there in my drive already. I found a document. This our document explains this. And here is my summary. So now what I can do is I can just click share and draft in Gmail. So what it would essentially do is it created a new draft with the entire answer in the email. What I just need to do is I need to delete this part and move the subject up there, and I have my final email ready that I can send out now. So very powerful way of doing this. If I want, I could have taken it to export to Docs too, and then now it's creating a document for me. Now this requires a button click and cannot be done with the prompt, but it's more or less the same thing. It's just making sure that it's adding an extra step to avoid any security or theft, so that if someone gets access to your system, it can't just blow off and create so many documents at the same time. It will not open the document for you directly. If you see the left bottom of my screen, you'll see the option new document created, open docs. So anytime you use this feature, you'll have to click on it to actually see the document, and it will open up in a new tab for you. Now, for those of you that use the free ChatGPT version, this is one of the most powerful tools apart from the extensions that is magical for you because you don't have access to the image generation model DALL-E. Bard has its own image generation model, and I'll show you 2 separate use cases. The first use case is the second one, where I'm going to give it the data from an image and ask it to create a tabular format for me, including some highlights. So all I need to do is copy paste the image in Bard, and I will give it my first prompt, which is give me the data from this image in tabular format. And it comes back exactly giving me what I wanted. The 3 data points from the charts you see, you have Netflix, the year it was formed, and then the time it took to reach 1 million users, which is 3.5 in this case. That's exactly what I see. The platform name, 1991, 3.5. Keep in mind that it doesn't say Netflix anyway, it's just the logos. It was smart enough to understand and pick up each and every logo without making a mistake. The next prompt I'm going to give it will just be to extract some key highlights from this text to give us a flavor and idea of what this table or this graph was trying to show us, so that we have a summary for it. So a dramatic increase in time to reach 1 million users, possible difference between sign up and active users, evolving internet landscape. A very quick key summary from the graph of 3 trends that we see clearly. Now, although Bard cannot create images for you, but it can definitely analyze images for you, just like it analyzed the chart that we gave it in last lecture. So here I've provided it with a specific image, and I'm asking it to reverse engineer the text prompt for me for creating this specific image. Now, if you look at this image, it's a very sci-fi sort of an image showing a futuristic world. But Bard comes back and says, sorry, I can't help images of people yet. So this is a specific restriction that Bard and even OpenAI has created. If you give it images or ask it to generate images of human based on the fake images that we have seen on the internet, it's not allowing you to do so, and it removed the image. Now let's try something different. This time, I gave it an image of a cat wearing a fireman or a worker's dress, and let's see if it can do this for us. Sorry, a construction worker's dress, And let's see if BART can solve our problem for us this time. Here's a possible text prompt, a photorealistic generating an image of a tabby kitten wearing a construction worker outfit. Now, if I just want to try out how powerful this could be, I can just open my model. Let's try this again. And now I expect an image of a cat. And we got our image. It's very different in terms of the overall aesthetics of the image, but the core idea is the same. You see a background of a construction environment, the same dressing, the same tools, a slightly different type of the cat, and I can play around with BART to make it a better prompt to be able to replicate that, but this is a good starting point. So in this way, we can actually use Google's BART's free tool to analyze images, graphs, charts, and any screenshot that you have, a feature that you are not used to in the ChatGPT free version. Now in this lecture, let's explore a few coding cases with Google BART and Google Colab. For those of you who don't know Google Colab, colab.google is the link that you need to go to. And if you're a completely beginner in Python, that's why I'm choosing Google Colab here, so that you don't have to spend hours in just getting the basic setup of Python right on your PC. So in Google Colab, if you just go to the link and click on new notebook here, it will take you to a new notebook, and I can write any code here and run it online without any hassle or setup. So that's why I'm Google Colab for this purpose. Now the first thing we're going to do, we're going to use an Excel file which contains fast cars. It tells you the name of the car, the country of the car, and the top speed. And I'm going to ask it to give me code to import the file into Google Colab first, then tell me the columns, and then plot a usual based on the data that we have. And we're not going to write a single line of code as usual. The LLM will do the job for us. So now I can go to Google BART and I gave it the prompt. I have a file called fastcar. Give me the code to import the file in Colab using import feature. Now it comes back saying that you have two different options. I'm just going to go with the first one, copy the code here, go to my Google Colab, paste it, and press Shift Enter, or you can press the play button here to run the code for you. Now it's asking me to choose a file. Now I can go to my file and pick the file that I'm looking for. I uploaded the file and it comes back and gives me the error. Fast cars, last modified 100% saving fast cars. Let's see what the error is this time. So I can spend hours and hours trying to figure out what the error is, or I can just take a screenshot and paste it into ChatGPT. Sorry, using BART. Using BART and ask it to help me understand what it is. What is the error? So it comes back explaining the error in detail, and if you read about it, it starts by saying key error fastcars.csv. So check your name again if you're uploading the right file name. And if I go back, I found my mistake here. It's cars. Whereas when I upload the file, so now in this lecture, I'm going to talk about the power of coding with BART. We have extensively covered it in our other courses and other lectures as well. So I'll keep it short and simple to give you a very basic idea of how to use it and how Google Colab could be a really big game changer in the case of Google, because Google owns both BART and Google Colab. So it allows you to play around with those two at the same time as well. So my first prompt will be, I have a file called fastcars.csv. Give me code to import the file in Google Colab using import feature. What are the columns in the file, and plot a visual. Now, I should give one prompt at a time because it's multitask step. I need the output from the first step to be able to do the second one. Now, when I send this prompt, what I expect is that it will give me the code to run the file, and here it is, and it gives me a file path which I can update to wherever I save the file on my PC. Now, It also gives us method tool built in with CSV library, and then so I can use whichever one I want, and I can go to Google colabs.google, click on new notebook, and once I do, a new notebook will open, and all I need to do is copy paste the code and run it from here. If I run into any errors, that's not a concern. I can just take a screenshot or copy paste the error back into BART and it will give me the answer I'm looking for. Similarly, I can say when it comes to front-end UI UX design, I can say give me code for a landing page HTML format. And I can define the criteria that I want in my course, in my page. For example, I'll say 3 sections, title, about this, contact us, red and white theme, and minimal design. Now, if I copy paste here, what I expect is that either it will produce an HTML output for me, or it will give me the entire code for the block. And that's exactly what it did. If I copy paste this into a .txt file and save it, then I can actually save it as an HTML file on my PC and actually see the HTML right there. Next, what I want to basically focus on in this specific lecture is that you have the generative AI feature available in Google Colab as well. If you haven't seen it before, start coding or generate with AI. And now I can say install pandas that we use for data analysis. If you're familiar with it, so now it gives me the code and I can run it to install pandas. And it's actually running the code and telling me that the requirement is already satisfied. So I'll just pause it and let's try something different now. Let's do another line of code. Generate 2 column table with name and age and store as df. So now what I said was, I said generate a 2 column table. My spelling is wrong, but it was able to understand name, and the columns are name and age, and store it as a df. So that's what it did. It created hypothetical data first. Alice, Bob, Claire, their ages are 25, 30, 27, and then it created a PDF data frame for it. So now I can ask it something else. Create a visual with visual histogram of age and name. And now what I expect it to do is to write me code that will build a graph based on that. It ran into an error and it says df is not defined. And because the previous prompt wasn't run for a while, it was idle. So when I reran it, this is where it assigned that data as a data frame called df, and here's my graph histogram of age, bar chart of name and age. And now I can keep playing around with average age across all names. Now what I expect is that it will give me the average age. Now if I run it, you can run it by pressing shift enter or by playing it over here. The average age is 27.33. So this is a really powerful way. All you need to do is import an Excel file. Let's say import a CSV file from my PC, and it will give you, I go to generate and then I type this here. So it will write me the code on how to import a CSV file. And if I click here now, it asks me to choose the file, and I can choose any file from my system that I want to work with. Let's say I want to work with this fast cars file. And then if I run this part again, I believe it would have read the file. Now if I do df.head, which means I want to see the first few rows, I have my data. Now I can say view recommended plots. Let's see. So now it's giving me a few recommendation of the plots. Let's try and understand them right from here. If I click on it, top speed. So this is the top speed, and and frequency. How many cars have each speed? Country, top speed by country versus top speed. So this is a useful graph based on the data I know. So here you see that here is the top speed for each country's car. So you really see that Sweden's car is on the top. We can keep playing around with it as long as we watch it, but I want to show you a couple more. Where is top speed, average top speed by country, because I want to show you that Sweden has only one car and that's why it will always be on the top. This ends our lecture on programming. I quickly wanted to show you the power of coding with Bard by itself and specifically in Google Colab. Now remember, Google Colab is a paid tool. Every generative AI search that you do costs you money. So it's not about per consumption, but about a monthly subscription. So initially, the ones that I've been using right now are free that you get for an initial number of attempts. And after that, you'll be asked to pay. But if you're already paying for Google Drive or if you pay for another Google resources, this comes in as part of the suite and you will be able to get it at a much lower price. So keep that in mind if you work regularly on coding tasks. So in this lecture, let's try a few prompts with Perplexity AI that you will usually go to Google with that question and see how it responds to give us a better idea of how this AI powered search engine is better than Google. So I'll start off with a very simple basic prompt. How is the weather going to be today? And now it's going to give me the weather for Madison, Wisconsin, because based on my settings, I have given my address as Madison, Wisconsin. So when I ask a question that is very localized to a geo-specific region, it will default to the address location that I've already provided. And it comes back giving me the forecast for the weather. Now let's try and find a few food places. So I'm just going to say closest fish and chips place near me. Very simple, very brief, to the point. So this time it comes back and specifically asking me, please provide your current location, city or zip code to find the closest fish and chips place near you. So now I can define my own zip code. So I'm providing a zip code for Toronto in this case. So because I'm using the Pro feature, the model asked me a question to confirm my location before it started producing an answer in this case, but it didn't when I asked the weather because that was pretty straightforward and it guessed it based on my location setting. So it comes back with a list of different restaurants, and for each restaurant it provides me a rating, an address and an extra data point for one of them. Harbor Fish and Chips is 4.4, Sea Witch is 4.9, and if I want I can filter them through and ask multiple questions based on the type of restaurant I'm trying to get. Now let's try something slightly different, and the objective now will be to find a hike near Vancouver city that fulfills a certain list of criteria for me. So I am planning to travel to Vancouver later in the year, and I want to find hikes which are within a 5-hour driving distance from the Vancouver airport so that I can really go to the park that I'm visiting, at least 15 kilometers long in distance, that would be approximately 10 miles, and should have an elevation of at least 2000 feet because I want it to be difficult for me, and preferably around lakes so that I get to see a lot of lakes while I'm hiking. Now let's see what sort of question ChatGPT ends up asking us. What other criteria are you looking for in a hike? Best time to visit, trail type, let's say difficulty level here. Now it comes up with the second follow-up question because of the criteria that I assigned. What is your preferred difficulty level for the hike? And I'm going to say difficult. So these are the 5 steps it went through. First, it understood the question. It retrieved my response that I provided, and then another response that I provided. It searched the web for these specific things: hiking within 5-hour distance from Vancouver, at least 15 kilometers long with specific elevation, and difficult hikes around Vancouver. And based on these around 20 resources that it went through, it delivered the answer for me. Now, one mistake that I note here is that it's referring to United States, although this should be Canada because Vancouver is a Canadian city. But the results are pretty good. These were the hikes that I saw on all trails and through my research with ChatGPT as well. I got Garibaldi, Joffrey Lake, Wedgemount Lake, and all of them fulfill the criteria of the distance, the elevation height, and as well as the time it takes to get there from the Vancouver airport. So very narrowed basic search that gives me exactly what I was looking for. Now, if I compare the same answer that I generated on ChatGPT, it's the exact same prompt, I get a very similar answer. It points out the same lakes, but these references are not that great and I'm not sure if I can trust them. While on the other hand, if I look at the references provided by Perplexity, I have 18 different sources that it went through to get me the answer. And based on what I like, I can use that specific article or link to confirm the information that the model has provided me. And Vancouver Trails looks like a much better link to trust then urbanoutdoors.com. So that's it for this lecture. We understood some of the basic personal productivity related prompts that we can use by this AI powered search engine instead of relying on Google and ChatGPT alone. So in this video, let's do a quick walkthrough of the UI of Perplexity AI and figure out what are the different options available here on the UI screen as compared to Google and as compared to other LLM models such as ChatGPT. First of all, like anything else, you will see Ask an Anything button. Here I can send in a command and it will give me the answer based on a search result. Now, there are a couple of different options available here. The first one is Focused, which allows you to categorically search a specific data set within the universe of all the data sets available. For example, I can ask it to search for academic articles only, or that I'm going to use text for writing, YouTube, Reddit as well as an option. So you can figure out exactly what you want to search based on this. This is a very good example of where I would search something on Google, but I would write next to it Reddit because I essentially want to get an answer from the Reddit forum, find a subreddit. So that's an amazing output use case here that you can specifically search for subreddits using Perplexity AI. The next one is attachment. If I click on it, it opens up my local drive and it allows me to add an attachment similar to what we could do in ChatGPT 4. So now even for search-based queries and writing queries, you can send in an attachment to teach the model on what kind of answer you're looking for. Next is the Pro feature. So if I click here, the Pro feature gets activated. Basically, when you will download Perplexity.ai for the first time, you will have access to a few commands or prompts for the Pro feature. So be very diligent about when you use it. Now, if you look on the left here, firstly, you'll see the home and then the discover feature, which populates a bunch of articles related to AI and the things they want to talk about. So you can read what's going on in the market. Next is the library feature. Within the library, you see a thread, which is essentially all the previous prompts that you have run with Perplexity. Here, I was looking for a marriage registrar in Madison. This is when I was driving from Toronto to Chicago. So I was trying to figure out what the best route would be. And it was giving me very good specific answers by searching through more than 40 different articles. What you see here on the right are called collections, and collections are very important and one of the most important features here. Think of collection like a GPT. Similar to how in ChatGPT paid version, you could create an AI agent by giving a specific set of instructions and knowledge base. You have the same ability to do in Perplexity. The name that they're going with is called collections. So you can set in a predefined set of instructions and ask the model to do that specific task for you based on that specific instruction provided. And you can create numerous collections similar to how you can GPTs, and we'll explore this further in the course as well. Now it's asking me to go pro because I'm using a new account specifically to show you the free version layout. I will update it to pro as well in the next lecture. So here, if I go to my account name, it takes me to settings, some basic settings over here, and then it tells you which is the default model being used. So you see you have a bunch of different options here. You can use Claude 3, GPT-4 or Llama 3, which is the latest model by Meta, the Facebook. And it also has its own built-in models from Perplexity AI that we can use. Image generation model. So this is another option, like you can generate images within Perplexity. So you get to decide which model you're using. ChatGPT by default use DALL-E 3 because that's the model by OpenAI. But here you'll have a bunch of, and then a little bit about privacy, data security, and settings. The next thing I want to talk about is what we call the playground. Similar to OpenAI Playground, you can access it at the bottom row here in the home thread. You will see a button called Playground. If I click on it, it takes me to this new screen. And here, what essentially the best part is that similar to OpenAI Playground, I can play around, give it a prompt, it will come back to me with an answer. But I can also choose the model that I'm working with. So over here, it has listed a couple of different open source models for me to try and figure out which one gives me the best answer. For example, this one is Llama 3 8B. Llama 3 is the latest model by Meta AI, which is Facebook's open source community. And 8B means 8 billion parameters. 70B means the 70 billion parameter Llama 3 model. And Code Llama is a specific model that we created specifically for writing code. So in this way, you will see a bunch of different models out there. Different models are pretty good against the benchmarks as well. And they have their own local models as well that you can run using Perplexity. So buying Perplexity Pro will give you access to a variety of open source and closed models. Claude 3, for instance, is a very good model that beats ChatGPT 4 in a lot of benchmarks, especially when it comes to writing. And you get access to Claude 3 if you buy Perplexity AI. You don't need to buy individual models separately. It essentially creates a UI and combines all. Now I just updated to the Pro version to show you what are the new features that are available now to me. So if I go back to my profile link, now you will see that I can choose the default model. It could be Sonar, GPT-4, Claude 3, Opus, Sonnet, and Mistral. And what is the significance of these models? We'll cover in the next lecture. Don't worry about that. Similarly, for image generation model, we can use their 2.5 Playground, DALL-E 3, or Stable Diffusion. It also opens up the option for me to build my profile. So think of this similar to custom interactions, where you can give a predefined set of instructions for the model to utilize each and every time you assign a task through a prompt. So apart from the set of instructions for yourself, you can also define your location, and then it will start giving you localized answers based on your search location. You can also have preferred response language, and there are a bunch of different options, but we will stick to English for now. Next, we also have the option of APIs here, where you can start manipulating and playing around with APIs. If that's something you're interested in, it will have a separate payment plan based on the API consumption. And then for enterprise users, of course, they'll have a separate page that will allow you a subscription to a greater number of people at one price point. So that's a quick overview of all the different features available in Perplexity AI. And now we'll start diving into each one of them and start using the platform to see how we can make the most out of it. Stay tuned. So now let's start and see how Perplexity AI works by actually sending in a couple of prompts. First, I'm going to send a prompt without activating the Pro feature, and I'm just going to say Generative AI reports by top consulting firms. So it takes a minute to run, and it comes back with a very nice structured answer for me. And if you see here, you will see the resources that are being used. So 1, 2, 3, and 2 more resources are being used here. And in the answer, it highlights different key points from different reports that it has used. And if I click on any one of the link next to the bullet points, it will take me to the resource that was used here. And it actually takes me to a page on the McKinsey website. So it's a very credible resource. And then, like we see with Google as well, it asks some related questions that might help us build my next prompt. Now let's do the same thing, but this time with the enabled. So I'm going to give the same prompt, Generative AI reports by top consulting firms, and I'll activate the Flow feature. Now what I expect is that first Perplexity will spend some time in understanding the question and then come back with a follow-up question before directly jumping to the answer. If I want, I can click skip and jump to the answer directly, but it's asking me which consulting firm reports are you interested in. Now if it's one of the given options, I can choose that one, let's say Bain and Company, or I can specify another one which was not in the shortlisted answer the model provided me. So here I'll just choose Bain because I have read a lot of news from Bain and their reports are pretty good about when they talk about generative AI. So that's what I went with. And now it tells me that it went through 17 different resources plus these two. So a total of 19 different resources. And I can check out all of them here if I click on it. Next, it gives me the answer that I was looking for. And it divides it into 3 different sections, similar to the previous case, but this time all of them are from Bain, and a couple of follow-up questions. Now again, if I click on any one of these links, I'm pretty confident that this model has taken an authentic link for me, and that's what I see. It's an actual link from Bain.com, Generative AI will transform healthcare. So this is the power of Perplexity and why I created an entire course on it. This is where Perplexity has a very low probability of hallucinations because it's going through a lot of different resources and extracting exact words from those resources to provide you a summary. It does a pretty refined job of making sure that the model is not hallucinating. In this video, let's talk about specifically the focus feature in Perplexity AI. So here I can choose a specific focus that I want my answer to be generated from, to be used as the source of the data that is being pulled to generate my answer. So now I can say a prompt like Vegemont, like trail, hike. So this is one of the hikes that Perplexity said that we can try based on the criteria that I provided. So now I want to search specifically on Reddit about this hike, what people are saying. To do this task without the help of Perplexity will take me hours and hours. First, I'll have to go through each and every subreddit, read all the comments, figure out which ones relate to the hype that I'm referring to and are actually quality comments, and then summarize them for me. Now here, what Perplexity is doing, it's saying what specific information are you looking for about the Wedgemont Lake Trail hike so that it can search Reddit accordingly. Difficulty, length, elevation gauge, best time to go, trail conditions. So let's say we want to explore trail conditions. And now it went through a bunch of 10 different resources, I believe, 8 different resources to get me the answer. The trail is typically snow covered and the lake is frozen until July or later in the summer season. Even later April, there can be significant snow on the upper half of the trail. Now, if I click on this should take me to that specific subreddit link that it has used to cite this information, and it provides me a summary in a similar way. Now, to do the same task without having the help of Perplexity, you will have to go through numerous subreddits and figure out which one applies to you in this case. Now, let's try another one. So, for instance, instead of Reddit, I will use YouTube, and I will give it a prompt. Write me a summary of all Lex Friedman podcasts on AI-related topics. Lex Friedman is one of my favorite podcasters who covers different topics through different guests. And I am going to ask it to give me a summary of all the AI-related podcasts from the